Right, good morning.
Can we ask a question? The rebound time, do you know how much time that is? 5 seconds?
Any other questions? All right, in Team Chapel, please check your buzzers. Can you please introduce your team?
Hi, we're Chapel. This is Lara. I'm Dia. This is Fernando, and this is Laura. Good luck.
Thank you. Team Nations, can you please check your buzzer? Team Captain, can you please introduce your team?
This is Team Nations. On my right, I have Gabriel, me, Ward, Isabel, and Nicole.
Thank you.
Oh.
All right, toss-up question 1. Category History. The Alauidi dynasty holds power in this country, which was previously ruled by Almohad and Almohavid dynasties. Name the country home to many Berbers in this city, such as Fez and Rabat. Nations.
Morocco.
Correct.
Good job. Okay.
Bonus number 1. Category Current Events. Answer the following about drug cartels. 1. Cartels make much of their money by illegally running drugs across the border between these two countries. The Tijuana-San Diego metro area straddles these two countries. 2. The Sinaloa cartel was formerly led by this drug lord who frequently dug tunnels to escape prison. 3. This leader of the Sinaloa cartel was captured in an ambush in July 2024 and sent north to face trial.
Heard about this, I don't know. I don't know the names. Tough. I don't know the second. First one's obviously was in Mexico. I don't know, second or third, and I think there's no answer.
Time?
No answer.
Toss-up number 2. Category Fine Arts. This museum's Daru staircase leads to the base of the winged victory of Samur race. I. M. Pei designed a glass pyramid to serve as the entrance of what Parisian chapel?
Louvre.
Correct. Bonus 2. Category Social Science. Answer the following about the development of American Sign Language. 1. Because of the early deaf educator Laurent Clerc was from this country, ASL is based on its sign language. This country's spoken language is used in Quebec. 2. ASL has borrowed many English words via form of this action done with the fingers. In English, I before E, except after C, is a common mnemonic for doing this task. 3. In ASL, hand shape, and movement are examples of these smallest units that can be used to distinguish words. Together, these units may form morphemes.
Can you repeat B, please?
ASL has borrowed many English words via a form of this action done with the fingers. In English, I before E, except after C, is a common mnemonic for doing this task.
Time.
Can you prompt us by parts, please? Like a keyword.
Number 1. Answer the following about the development of American Sign Language. 1. Because of the early deaf educator Laurent Clerc was from this country, ASL is based on its sign language. This country's spoken language is used in Quebec.
France.
Correct. 2. ASL has borrowed many English words via a form of this action done with the fingers. In English, I before E, except after C, is a common mnemonic for doing this task.
Differ.
3. In ASL, hand shape and movement are examples of these smaller units that can be used to distinguish words. Together, these units may form morphemes.
Characters.
Incorrect. So number 2.
We don't get the points anyways.
No.
Can you read the correct answers?
From the beginning, the first one they got it, right?
Yes.
Wait, can we say 2 in case you wanna?
Okay,
Well, 2
2,
is pointing first.
spelling. 3, phonemes.
Okay.
Concept number 3. Category literature. The reader is instructed to speak through my words and my blood, and rise up in birth with me. In these authors, The Heights of Machu Picchu, this Chilean author is the most well known for his 20 love poems and songs of despair. Chaco.
Pablo Neruda.
Can you repeat, please?
Pablo Neruda.
Correct.
Boa, Lara.
Bonus 3. Category Pop Culture. Answer the following about 2025 Grammy snubs. Name the 1. Charlie XCX album that included songs such as Apple and 360. 2. Singer of Yes and Eternal Sunshine, which were both nominated but did not win. 3. Taylor Swift song that did not win Song of the Year, Record of the Year, or Best Music Video, in which she claimed, "I love you, it's ruining my life."
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
What?
You just need to say when when you say prompt us by parts, it's like A, then like a keyword from the question. You don't need to read the.
The one?
Yeah.
Charlie XCX.
Rat.
Correct. 2. Yes and Eternal Sunshine.
Ariana Grande.
Yes, correct. 3. Taylor Swift song that did not win.
Fortnite.
Yes, correct. Concept number 4. Category Science. The frequency of these entities sum to 1 in the Hardy-Weinberg equation, and they are often referred to as wild type or mutant by biologists. What variations of a gene were termed by Mendel to be either dominant or recessive? Nations.
Color.
Can you repeat, please?
Color.
Incorrect.
Alice.
Time.
Chapel?
Alios.
Correct.
Genius.
Toss-up number 5. Category History. During this emperor's rule, the height of the Antonine Plague occurred, killing his co-emperor Lucius Verus. Name the last of the 5 good emperors known for his stoic writings. Chapel.
Marcus Aurelius.
Correct.
Oh, I did it. It's not legal.
Já tem 3 cópias.
Bonus number 4. Category Mythology. Answer the following about Rhiannon in Welsh mythology. 1. Rhiannon was first spotted by her future husband when she was riding one of these animals. Sleipnir is another of these animals ridden by Odin. Number 2. Rhiannon is sometimes thought to have mated with a god of his domain. In Shinto mythology, Ryujin is the kami of his domain and was thought to have removed the bones of jellyfish. 3. Rhiannon marries this mythical figure and king of Dyfed. This figure traded roles with the king of the underworld for a year and a day.
Can you promise my price?
Number 1. Rhiannon was first spotted by her future husband.
Horse.
Correct. 2. Rhiannon is sometimes thought to have mated with the god of this domain.
Valhalla.
Can you repeat it?
Valhalla.
Incorrect.
Can you say the correct answer?
Yes, correct answer is C.
Loki.
And number 3, correct answer is Paiwo. Concept number 6, category computational math. 30 seconds. What is the angle measurement in degrees of an interior angle of a regular pentagon?
Time.
Chapel.
108.
Correct. Bonus number 5. Category computational math. 45 seconds. Answer the following about the following data set. 3, 16, 4, 5, 5, 6, 4, 8, 7, 4. 1. What is the mean of that data set? 2. What is the median of that data set? 3. How many ones would you need to add to the data set in order to make the mean equal to 3?
you repeat C, please?
C. How many ones would you need to add to the data set in order to make the mean equal to 3?
C. 6.2. O C é 16.
Time.
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
Yes. Number 1.
6.2.
Correct. Number 2.
5.
Correct. Number 3.
16.
Correct. Toss up number 7. Category Geography. Uluru is located in this region, which contains thorny devils, dingoes, and kangaroos. Chapel.
Australia.
Can you elaborate that a little bit?
The interior of Australia.
Correct. There are 2 options.
Can we test my buzzer just to?
Yes. Yeah. So correct. Bonus number 6. Category Literature. Answer the following about Roald Dahl books. 1. The protagonist of a novel with this food in the title is accompanied by Grandpa Joe and sees Oompa Loompas in the title factory. 2. The title character of this novel journeys with a giant bugs to New York to escape from his 2 cruel aunts. 3. A drink in this novel, Frobscodel, contains bubbles which sink downwards rather than upwards. The title character of this novel eats snug cucumbers because he does not eat humans.
Can you repeat A, please?
No, B.
The title character of this novel journeys with giant bugs to New York to escape from his 2 cruel aunts.
Can you repeat C?
A drink in this novel,
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
number 1. The protagonist of this novel with the food in this title is accompanied by Grandpa Joe and sees Oompa Loompas in this title factory.
Charlie.
Can you elaborate that? Yes, correct.
We were incorrect though. I said it wrong, and when you said before specific, we said another answer.
So that was chocolate or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Ah, okay. Not them.
Number 2, James and the Giant Peach. And number 3, the BFG, or Big Friendly Giant. Sure.
Time out.
Yeah. Okay. Try more. Easy one to press the 2. Just be confident.
Wait a minute, it's gonna be.
10 seconds.
I wrote down.
Time.
Lock in chat.
Okay. Lock it. Only couple questions.
Toss-up number 8, category science. Bergeron plots are used to graph different species of polyprotic acids in solutions as a function of this quantity. What quantity? A measure of solution's acidity? Chapel.
PhD. Sorry, pH.
Correct. Bonus number 7, category history. Answer the following about the War of the Triple Alliance. Number 1, the invasion of these countries, Mato Grosso, began the War of the Triple Alliance. 2, a namesake holiday in Paraguay celebrates these kinds of people that made up its army in the Battle of Acosta Nu and allegedly wore beards to scare off their enemies. 3, the War of the Triple Alliance ended with the death of this Paraguayan dictator who was killed at the Battle of Cerro Corá.
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
Which one? What?
You don't need.
By parts, okay. Number 1, the invasion of these countries, Mato Grosso, began the War of the Triple Alliance.
Brazil.
Correct. 2, a namesake holiday in Paraguay celebrates these kinds of people that made up its army in the Battle of Acosta Nu and allegedly wore beards to scare off their enemies.
Children.
Correct. 3, the War of the Triple Alliance ended with the death of this Paraguayan dictator who was killed at the Battle of Cerro Corá.
So little Lars.
Correct.
Keith.
Toss-up number 9, category history. This president who built a little White House in Georgia signed the Social Security Act and created the Works Progress Administration. Name this president known for his fireside chats during the Great Depression.
Time.
Toss-up number 10.
What was the answer?
Oh, sorry. Answer Roosevelt. Toss-up number 10, category literature. In this novella, a character that neglects his fiancée Belle attends Mr. Fezziwig's party. Ghosts haunt Ebenezer Scrooge and what Charles Dickens mentions.
Christmas Carol.
Correct.
Keep your finger on the thing.
Okay, we're not one.
Bonus number 8, category geography. Answer the following about European countries with multiple official languages. 1. This Alpine country with a long-standing policy of neutrality has 4 official languages: German, French, Italian, and Romansh. 2. This Mediterranean island contains a Greek-speaking southern half and a Turkish-speaking northern half, split by a UN-occupied green line that runs through its capital, Nicosia. 3. Belgium is split between the French-speaking region of Wallonia and this Dutch-speaking region in its north.
Marking this, right? I don't need to go by parts. This is Cyprus Flanders.
What?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Number 1, Switzerland.
Okay.
Number
Correct.
2, Cyprus.
Correct.
Number 3, Flanders.
Correct.
Just relax. Relax.
Toss-up number 11, category current events. One of these events was perpetrated from a spot commonly used by paparazzi on a Florida golf course, and another happened from a nearby rooftop. Name these events, one of each was perpetrated by Thomas Crooks, and another of his wounded in its target in the ear. Nations.
Assassination attempt.
Can you elaborate that?
Assassination or shooting.
I think it's not an elaboration when you say be more specific, it's usually if the answers of like the word is already in the
Yes.
sentence.
No, he already answered. I know the answer. It's just, then can I talk to the coaches?
No.
These coaches. More specific. Shooting. But like more specific. No, just the one.
Okay, so correct, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
I told Mr. Matt.
What was the answer?
Assassination attempt. Bonus number 9. Category current events. Answer the following about a Middle Eastern country's civil war. Number 1. This country is embroiled in a civil war since 2011
Syria.
was where ISIS operated alongside Iraq. This country is governed from Damascus. 2. This son of Hazav and member of the Ba'ath Party was overthrown in December 2024. This Alawite fled to Moscow just before Damascus fell to rebels. 3. The capture of this city by the HTs led to a turning point in the civil war. This northern city was the most populous in its country until being surpassed by Damascus due to the being depopulated by the war.
Syria, Bashar al-Assad, and Aleppo.
Correct. Toss-up number 12, category science. The first white dwarf to be discovered was the star's B companion. What star, which is also known as Alpha Canis Majoris or the dog star, is the brightest star in the night nations?
Serious.
Correct.
Come back.
Bonus number 10, category computational math. 45 seconds. Answer the following about perfect squares. 1. What is the square root of 49?
7.
2. How many perfect squares are there from 1 through 100? 3. What is the smallest number that must be subtracted from 743 to get a perfect square?
Time.
By parts.
Number 1. What is the square root of 49?
7.
Correct. 2. How many perfect squares are there from 1 to 100?
10.
Correct. 3. What is the smallest number that must be subtracted from 743 to get a perfect square?
45.
Incorrect. Answer 14.
Oh.
Can we call a timeout, please?
Yes.
PhD, you got
Okay,
I was. No, PhD.
Oh.
So as the captain, that's.
I think
Yeah,
that.
as captain, that's a new prerogative, right?
Yeah.
It's nice to be on PH and artist. Like a millisecond away from getting it, right?
Just keep your hand in the book.
But also like, look how quickly things turn.
It's only questions. It's only questions.
We're only, I don't even know what
Good one, that's right.
Chad. We still have
10 seconds.
more to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Plenty of time.
Wait, since we're not here, should I walk in? Time.
Our teammate is missing.
Toss up number 13, category science. This operation can be done on a function raised to the power of another function using its logarithmic type. What operation might be done with the chain rule or the product rule? Chapel. Sorry,
Derivative.
correct. Bonus 11, category pop culture. Answer the following about the police crime drama show The Rookie. 1. The show airs on this network that is owned by Disney. It is considered one of the big three networks along with NBC and SBS. 2. In season 2, episode 7 of The Rookie, Officer Tim Bradford is watching a game involving this Los Angeles team that won the 2022 Super Bowl and features quarterback Matthew Stafford. 3. Following the success of the show, the network decided to make a spin-off named The Rookie. Feds, focusing on the character Simone Clark, who is a rookie in this intelligence and security agency.
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
Number 1, the show airs on this network that is owned by Disney. It is considered one of the big three networks along with NBC and CBS.
Hulu.
What?
Hulu.
Incorrect. Correct answer, ABC.
Can you say the answer?
Yeah, number 2, Los Angeles Rams. Number 3, FBI. Toss up 14, category history. This leader, who was nicknamed Ozymandias by the Greeks, fought the Sheridan Sea Pirates. Name this leader who builds the Abu Simbel Temple complex to celebrate his victory against the Hittites in the Battle of Kadesh. Nations.
Ramses II.
Correct.
Oh.
Second. Pharaoh.
Bonus 12, category general knowledge. Answer the following about Chinese New Year. Name the 1. Primary color often worn on Chinese New Year that also colors pockets given on holidays. 2. Action performed by many performers dressed as lions and dragons. 3. Zodiac animal that represents the current year.
It's I think it's like either tiger or
This year, I have no idea.
I think it's tiger.
All year.
I would guess it's tiger. I don't know. I was talking with Mr. Ben about that.
Tiger.
I would guess tiger or rat.
What's
No, it's snake. It's snake.
Snake. What's second? What's second?
Second time.
By parts.
Number 1, primary color often worn on the Chinese New Year that also colors pockets given on the holiday.
Red.
Correct. 2, action performed by many performers dressed as lions and dragons.
Dance.
Correct. 3, zodiac animal that represents the current year.
Snake.
Correct.
Oh, thank you, Isabel.
Tiger was the other one.
Toss-up 15, category mythology. The events concluding this conflict are described in Quintus of Simmias Postamerica. The epic cycle tells the tale of what conflict described in Homer's Iliad. Chapel.
The Greco-Trojan War?
Correct.
Go.
Make it famous.
Go, Pavlov.
Bonus 13, category science. Answer the following about special relativity. 1. The German scientist first proposed special relativity, one consequence of which was his equation E equals mc squared. 2. This branch of physics, which deals with the behavior of particles at the smallest scales, often intersects with relativity in phenomena such as particle interactions at high speeds. 3. In this thought experiment, a person moving at relativistic speeds is thought to age less than a stationary observer due to naive application of time dilation.
Não, é twin experience. Uma coisa tipo de viagem lá para o espaço. É twin experience. Não é twin experience. É twin experience.
That's twin experiment.
Não,
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
1. This German scientist first proposed special relativity, one consequence of which was his equation E equals mc squared.
Albert Einstein.
Correct. 2. This branch of physics, which deals with the behavior of particles at the smallest scales, often intersects with relativity in phenomena such as particle interactions at high speeds.
Quantum physics.
Correct. 3. In this thought experiment, a person moving at a relativistic speed is thought to age less than a stationary observer due to naive application of time dilation.
Twin experiment.
Correct.
With oh, quantum physics.
Well, at school, or just get used to it.
Toss-up 16. Category pop culture. In one novel in this series, Lucy Gray Bard, Nations.
The Hunger Games.
Correct. Bonus 14. Category fine arts. Answer the following about the artist Sandro Botticelli. 1. Botticelli's most famous work depicts the birth of this Roman goddess of love, who steps out of a seashell. 2. Botticelli's worked for his patrons, the Medicis, and this Italian city where the Uffizi is located. 3. Mercury waves away clouds in this Botticelli's painting set in a verdant orange grove.
No. So we only have one. The words one by parts. I don't think so. Yeah, that's tough.
Time?
No answer.
No answer.
Can you say the answer?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
sorry. Number 1, Venus. Number 2, Florence. Number 3, Primavera. Toss-up 17, category literature. One novel by this author features two characters who take on the personality of an angel and a devil after surviving a plane crash caused by Sikh hijackers, and another of his novels features Shiva of the knees. What Indian author wrote the Satanic Verses and Midnight's Children?
Time.
Answer, Rushdie. Toss-up 18, category science. One type of these phenomena has a shadow zone. Since unlike another type, it cannot move through the liquid outer core. Primary and secondary examples of what phenomena radiate outwards from the hypocenter of an earthquake.
Time.
Answer, seismic waves. Toss-up 19, category history. Irredentists in this modern-day country claim lands like Dalmatia and South Tyrol nations.
Italy.
Correct.
Good job.
Bonus 15, category computational math. 30
That's lucky, I
seconds.
can't do math.
You try that.
Answer the following about PEMDAS and grocery items. 1. What is the total weight of rice if Carlos bought 5 bags of white rice that each weighed 2 pounds and 1 bag of brown rice that weighed 3 pounds?
Okay.
2. Every purchase of a loaf of bread costs $6 and decreases the cost of a gallon of milk by $2. If Maria spends $14 at the store and buys 2 loaves of bread and 2 gallons of milk, how many did each gallon originally cost?
By 12.
3. Bernardo spends $12 less on groceries than Jackie, who spent $100. How much money did Jim spend if he spent half of what Bernardo spent?
Okay, 44 for third. What's the second, Gabriel? You have it?
I didn't catch the
You could ask her to read it.
Could repeat, Miss, can you repeat the second question?
Yes, number 2. Every purchase of a loaf of bread costs $6 and decreases the cost of a gallon of milk by $2. If Maria spends $14 at the store and buys 2 loaves of bread and 2 gallons of milk, how many did each gallon originally cost?
By parts.
1. What is the total weight of rice if Carlos bought 5 bags of white rice that each weighed 2 pounds and 1 bag of brown rice that weighed 3 pounds?
13.
Correct. 2. Every purchase of a loaf of bread costs $6 and decreases the cost of a gallon of milk by $2. If Maria spends $14 at the store and buys 2 loaves of bread and 2 gallons of milk, how many did each gallon originally cost?
1.
Incorrect.
It's 2 I told
Answer, $3. Number 3, $44.
Yeah. Oh, that's
You
the
could have
easy
said
question,
third.
yeah. No, because it's only 1, I just.
This is toss of 20, right?
Yes. So do I stop before the 20 or do I do the 20?
You do the 20.
Do the 20 and we stop.
Okay. Toss up 20, category science. The method name for this mathematician was used to approximate roots of polynomials by hand. Patience.
Newton.
Correct. Bonus 16, category history. Answer the following about the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. 1. The assassination happened shortly after the surrender of Robert E. Lee, which essentially marked the end of this 1861 to 1865 war.
The US Civil War.
2. Lincoln was shot and killed by this Southern sympathizer and actor while in Ford's Theater.
I don't know the name.
3. The line, "You soft losing old man trap," from this Tom Taylor play might have been the final words that Lincoln heard.
I have no idea. No answer. We got the break now.
1 minute break.
Yeah, let me
No, we
give you the
don't.
answers though.
There's only 20 tosses.
It's only 20.
Yeah, and then if we tie, then we get the 5 more.
Okay, that's lost.
So answer to number 1 is Civil War. Answer number 2, Booth. Number 3, Our American Cousin. So time out.
No, the game is over. Because the other 5 questions are only for if we tie with the other team.
I think there's 25 questions left. If there's a tie, there's 5 questions.
5 more after 25?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah,
I think
okay.
it's and now I think
Now it should be, it's a
Only
minute
5,
timeout.
only 5. We got this, guys.
We're
Got this. I have no point
After
left.
the, so like
So there's no timeout.
there is, there's a mandatory timeout. Yeah.
Eu sabia que era a casa.
And I was there,
Eu falei com a
And then just so you know,
Serious talk. I know the code. Gente, mas tu não quer Não, I'm trying to see you because I'm
Bro, I knew it was Trojan War.
I'm hilarious.
The way that you like, and then when you get it right,
I'm thinking.
like Hunger Games?
Yeah, but that was, I even wrote.
You gave them. I only
It
did
was.
this.
Are you sure?
Do we want to check the?
Can we check
The
the rule book?
Constitution?
Because I don't know, I have a vague memory of every competition. The only, the rebound, the bonus kind of thing is only for the tie questions.
Yeah, some rules have been changed, and so these were the rules that were agreed upon by. all
Okay,
of the-
so there are 25, and
it's
then in the
25
last
questions.
5,
The last 5, there's.
and then this rule also applies for the extra 5,
If there's a tie, then the rest of then there's that same rule applies where it's the.
for the tie. Okay, I think it
No, no,
changed.
we're
Yeah, this was so the same one happened in the middle school competition in Belo Horizonte, and these should have been agreed upon by the coaches.
Okay, so, do you remember it? I don't remember.
Would you like us to double check?
No, it's fine.
Really sure.
Almost Toss-up 21, category Fine Arts. Hundreds of species of flowers appear in a painting by this artist that depicts mythological Greek figures in an orange grove. Name this artist of Primavera Chapel.
Botticelli.
Correct. Bonus 17, category Literature. Answer the following questions about the 1952 novella, The Old Man and the Sea. Number 1. The novel documents a man with this profession's struggle against the giant marlin for 3 days and nights. 2. The Old Man and the Sea was written by this author who also wrote The Sun Also Rises. 3. The main character of The Old Man and the Sea has this first name.
Can you prompt us by part?
Yes. 1. The novel documents a man with this professional struggle against the giant marlin for 3 days and nights.
Sailor.
Incorrect.
Okay.
What is he?
Fisherman.
Okay.
Number 2, Hemingway. Number 3, Santiago. Toss-up 22, category general knowledge. One kind of spider wasp called the hawk of these animals paralyze them, takes them into a burrow and plants eggs on them that plant into a larvae that eats them. Setae are features of what large hairy spiders?
Time.
Answer tarantulas.
That was so obvious.
Toss-up 23, category literature. In a novel by this author, a family is evicted from Norland Park, leading to the Dashwood sisters' move to Barton Cottage. A gentleman overcomes class differences to marry Elizabeth Bennet in a chapel.
Jane Austen.
Correct. Bonus 18, category geography. Answer the following about the places named Cumberland. 1. Daniel Boone crossed the Cumberland Gap into the state north of Tennessee. These states formed Virginia's westernmost county before gaining statehood. 2. The Cumberland River flows through this Tennessee state capital that contains Andrew Jackson's Hermitage and Paternon Replica. 3. Cumberland County contains this city on Casco Bay, the most populous in the New England state. It shares its name with the most populous city in Oregon.
Portland. You've been Memphis or Nashville?
Chuta você. Nashville, Memphis. Nashville. Ou Nashville antes.
I'm gonna sing Nashville.
Time.
In West Virginia. Can you prompt us by parts, please?
Number 1. Daniel Boone crossed the Cumberland Gap into this state north of Tennessee. This state formed Virginia's westernmost county before gaining statehood.
West Virginia.
Incorrect.
West Virginia.
Answer is Kentucky.
Or the other end.
Number 2, Nashville. Number 3, Portland. Toss-up 24, category mythology. Idaval is a meeting ground in this place where the throne Hushkit-Jav allows one god to see and listen into all the realms. Bifrost connects Midgard Chapel.
Valhalla.
Say it again.
Valhalla.
Incorrect.
I have no idea. Wait for we have a rebound.
Bifrost connects Midgard and what realm home to the Aesir gods of Norse mythology.
Asgard. Asgard.
Correct.
We have to get the bonus. Oh no, it's
You get the bonus. Bonus 19.
oh no, there's no bonus.
There is on this last 25. Last everyone, yes.
Oh.
So category religion. Answer the following about the Ark Encounter exhibit. 1. Built in Williamstown, Kentucky, the Ark Encounter contains a replica of this person's ark, which allowed his family and 2 of each animal to survive the Great Flood. 2. The encounter is planning to expand by building a replica of this building, which was not finished in Genesis after God confused the workers' languages and dispersed them. 3. Carpenters of this sect were hired to build the ark. Followers of this movement are closely related to the Mennonites, and their locust churches or Dung sets rules for their lifestyle.
Can you repeat the third?
Carpenters of this sect were hired to build the ark. Followers of this movement are closely related to the Mennonites, and their local churches formed the new set times for to lifestyle.
By Barnes.
1. Built in Williamstown, Kentucky, the Ark Encounter contains a replica of this person's ark, which allowed his family and 2 of each animal to survive the Great Flood. Correct. 2. The Encounter is planning to expand by building a replica of this building, which was not finished in Genesis after God confused the workers' languages and dispersed them.
Babylon Tower.
What?
Babylon Tower.
Incorrect. Tower of Babel.
Oh, Babel, not Babylon.
And 3. Amish.
Amish.
Oh, actually.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
lost.
Toss-up 25, category computational math, 30 seconds. Pedro is flipping a fair 2-sided coin. What is the probability that he flips 5 tails in a row? You may give your answer as a fraction or a decimal. Chapel.
1/32.
Correct.
I was 1 millisecond away from frustrated.
Bonus 20, category philosophy. Answer the following about French philosophy during a recent century. 1. In this century, French philosophy was deeply affected by the First World War and later the horrors of fascism and Nazism. 2. This philosophical movement, which has its origin in the writings of Søren Kierkegaard, believes that life has no inherent meaning. 3. This thinker wrote about a waiter that is too waiter-like in order to consider inauthenticity and the concept of a bad faith in his work, being and nothing less.
Repeat. See?
See? This thinker wrote about a waiter that is too waiter-like in order to consider inauthenticity and the concept of bad faith.
Time. Can you prompt us by parts, please?
1. In this century, French philosophy was deeply affected by the First World War and later the horrors of fascism and Nazism.
20th.
Correct. This philosophical movement, which has its origin in the writings of Søren Kierkegaard, believes that life has no inherent meaning.
Nihilism.
What?
Nihilism. Nihilism.
Incorrect. 2 is existentialism.
And 3
And
is
3, Sartre.
sad. Sad.
We had everyone.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just pissed.
I will open the packets. First, welcome again. My name is Mr. Victor. I've already kind of met everyone on this team, but I want to make sure that both have an opportunity to introduce themselves. So I always start from my right to left. So please, Baca, will you please check your buzzer? Oh, sorry, introduce yourself. Let's do this first. Check your buzzers each, please. Okay, EABH. Thank you kindly. And then Paca, please, Captain.
We're the Pocket team. My name is Chloe Harper. I'm a senior. This is Isaac Santos. He's a sophomore. This is David Magalhães. He is a junior. And this is Javier Lozano. He's a senior. Good luck.
EABH.
My name is Jacob. We are EVH. To my left is Ronaldo. He's a sophomore. To my right is Wilson and Gabrielle. They are both freshmen. On the bench is Edward. He's also a junior. And Tomas is also behind me. He's also a junior. Our coaches are Mr. Jason and Mr. Derek. And we wish you guys best of luck.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Well, welcome both teams and coaches as well. So I am going to open the questions here and we can get started. First topic or category, fine arts. The title of the opera Hari Janos defeats this historical figure in battle. Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture commemorated the defeat of this man's invading army. Beethoven's Third Symphony was originally dedicated to what short French emperor? Baca.
Napoleon.
That is correct. First bonus. The category is science. Answer the following questions about a right triangle with legs of 3 and 4. The first question. The area of the triangle can be calculated by multiplying these two lengths. 2. Also, because it is a right triangle, the length of the hypotenuse of the triangle can be calculated with this theorem. 3. Also, because it is a right triangle, this theorem states that the 3, 4, 5 triangle can be inscribed in a semicircle.
A and C, please.
A and C. A. The area of the triangle can be calculated by multiplying these two lengths. And then C. Also, because it is a right triangle, this theorem states that the 3, 4, 5 triangle can be inscribed in a semicircle.
Wait, answers me. Come second, please. Come second, please.
1. The area of the triangle can be calculated by multiplying these two lengths.
Base times height.
Okay. 2. Also, that's correct, sorry. Also, because it is a right triangle, the length of the hypotenuse of the triangle can be calculated with this theorem.
Pythagorean theorem.
That's correct. Number 3. Also, because it is a right triangle, this theorem states that the 3, 4, 5 triangle can be inscribed in a semicircle.
The golden circle theorem.
Incorrect. Thales theorem. Okay, back to toss-up. The topic is science. A type 2 civilization of the Kardashev scale could harness the energy of one of these objects by surrounding it with a EABH.
Star.
That's correct. Okay, bonus question. The topic is current events. Answer the following about ballot measures from the November 2024 election. Number 1, many states, including Arizona, passed ballot measures that established a right to this medical procedure that results in the termination of a pregnancy. 2, the constitutional right to hunt and fish was created by voters in this southeastern state where the Republican Senator Rick Scott won re-election. Number 3, a ballot measure that passed in this northeastern state allows rideshare drivers to form labor unions. In this state, John Deaton lost a Senate race to a woman who proposed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Elizabeth Warren.
Can you repeat C?
C. A ballot measure that passed in this southeastern state allows rideshare drivers to form labor unions. In this state, John Deaton lost a Senate race to a woman who proposed the Consumer.
Can you prompt us by part?
1. Many states, including Arizona, passed ballot measures that establish a right to this medical procedure that results in the termination of a pregnancy.
Abortion.
Correct. 2. The constitutional right to hunt and fish was created by voters in this southeastern state where the Republican Senator Rick Scott won re-election.
Defer.
3rd, or C, a ballot measure that passed in the northeastern state allows rideshare drivers to form labor unions. In this state, John Deaton lost a Senate race to a woman who proposed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Elizabeth Warren.
Defer.
Okay. B,
Florida.
correct, and C,
Massachusetts.
that's correct. Okay, back to toss-up. The category, geography. This country's Almeria province is home to the Tabernas Desert. This country's island of Mallorca is EABH?
Spain.
Correct. Bonus, number 3. The category, or topic, is fine arts. Answer the following about the folk song, Green Sleeves. 1. Green Sleeves is a folk song from this country whose other folk songs include Pastime with Good Company and Scarborough Fair. 2. This Christmas carol borrows its tunes from Green Sleeves. The lyrics of this carol answer its title question with the babe, the son of Mary. Number 3, a fantasia on Green Sleeves was written by this English composer and collector of folk song, who also wrote Fantasia on a Theme by Thomas Tallis and The Lark Ascending.
We have no answers.
Okay, by parts?
No.
No answers?
No answers yet.
Okay.
What were the answers?
The answers to number 1, so A, United Kingdom, B, What Child Is This? And 3, Vaughan Williams. Okay. Back to toss-ups. The category and topic, current events. This country's military offensive in the Republic of Artsakh caused its dissolution during its most recent Nagorno-Karabakh conflict with Armenia. What country is governed from Baku? EABH.
Azerbaijan.
Correct. Okay, bonus question number 4, the category topic, history. Answer the following about Brazilian President Getulio Vargas. 1.
Can you unbuzz? Can you?
Number 1. Vargas came to power amid this severe economic downturn in the 1930s. Brazil's dependence on foreign markets made it especially vulnerable during this economic period. Number 2. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt referred to Vargas as one of 2 people who invented the series of public welfare programs. FDR implemented this series of public works and reform programs. And number 3, in 1937, Vargas's government was known by this name and was symbolized by increased dictatorial powers for Vargas. Under Antonio Salazar, Portugal was also under a government by this name.
Can you repeat 2?
2, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt referred to Vargas as one of 2 people who invented this series of public welfare programs. FDR implemented this series of public works and reform.
Can you prompt us by part?
By part. Number 1, A. Vargas came to power amid this severe economic downturn in the 1930s. Brazil's dependence on foreign markets made it especially vulnerable during this economic period.
The Great Depression.
Correct. Part 2. President Roosevelt referred to Vargas as one of 2 people who invented this series of public welfare programs. FDR implemented this series of public works and reform programs?
The New Deal.
Correct. Number 3, in 1937, Vargas's government was known by this name and was symbolized by increased dictatorial powers for Vargas. Under Antonio Salazar, Portugal was also under a government by this name.
Estado Novo.
Correct. Back to bonus. I'm sorry, back to toss-up, that's correct. And computational math is the category or type. Find the radius of a circle given that a 270-degree sector of that circle has an area of 12 pi square units. EAPH,
16 pi.
incorrect.
Time.
What are your answers? 10 pi?
Incorrect. 4 units. Okay, next toss-up. General knowledge is the category. The Gros Michel variety of this food type, this food was replaced by Cavendish variety after being ravaged by Panama disease. The United Fruit Company primarily traded what curd? EABH?
Bananas.
That's correct. Toss-up. Category is pop culture. Sorry, bonus, Lisa, you said. Pop culture. Answer the following about the NFL quarterback Lamar Jackson. Number 1, this team based in Baltimore drafted Lamar Jackson with the 32nd pick of the first round of the 2018 NFL draft. 2, the University of Louisville, Jackson was awarded this honor given to college football's top player. 3, Baltimore's offense often revolves around this play style in which the quarterback may choose to hand the football to a running back or keep it himself for a run.
We have answers.
Answers. Number 1,
Ravens.
correct. Number 2,
Heisman Trophy.
correct. And number 3,
Option.
that's correct.
Time out, please.
One more.
Time out. Go inside.
Dude, it's me and Lucy are studying. We haven't passed. I don't even know the man who haven't passed on that.
I did a nice, I did a nice zero.
I knew great. I knew
I did a nice zero because I did not know
because I did a
that.
project.
We studied that in the history. We're right there.
Good job. Nice one on the math one. 16 pi, really?
Well, yeah, because it was 12 pi for it. It's okay.
Good job.
Just say square.
Yeah, that's what I
useless
thought
as
after
always.
seeing it.
I'm sure you're so proud of your banana answer. Yeah, I saw you like, you got them flames, like,
Yeah,
it's banana.
I was about to buzz it and I was terrified to get it wrong, but I shouldn't have gotten it.
So here's the other thing that we're really doing very well, everything is going well. We just have
Keep
to
like
let
that.
it pass, okay?
Give your time, patch up.
Time, thank you. Next toss-up question number 7. Topic or category is mythology. This goddess turned Tyseus into a woman for hitting 2 snakes. What goddess, who was bound to a throne by her son, EABH?
Hera.
Correct. The bonus question. Category, computational math. Answer the following about the properties of 0. 1, what is 4 times 0 plus 3. Number 2, what is 5 to the power of 0 plus 7 to the power of 1? And number 3, what is the factorial of 0?
Can you repeat, B?
B, what is 5 to the power of 0 plus 7 to the power of 1?
We have answers.
1,
3,
correct. 2,
8,
repeat,
8,
correct. And number 3,
1.
correct. Next, toss-up. The category or type of topic is literature. The term Gilded Age was coined in a novel by this author who wrote about Hank Morgan. Paca?
Mark Twain.
That is correct.
Got it, wasn't
The bonus question, the topic or category is religion.
Twin.
Answer the following about Jehovah's Witnesses. Number 1, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that the Bible prohibits them from receiving this bodily fluid, causing them to refuse transfusions. 2, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that a snake was used instead of this object, which makes a gesture by touching the forehead, chest, and both shoulders. Number 3, this illustrated magazine is distributed alongside Awake by Jehovah's Witnesses.
B, C, please.
See, this illustrated magazine is distributed alongside Awake by Jehovah's Witnesses.
Time.
Wait, answers, make 1 second, please.
1,
The parts.
okay. 1, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that the Bible prohibits them from receiving this bodily fluid, causing them to refuse transfusions.
Blood.
Correct. 2, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that a snake was used instead of this object, which makes a gesture made by touching the forehead, chest, and both shoulders.
Cross.
Correct. And number 3, this illustrated magazine is distributed alongside Awake by Jehovah's Witnesses.
Bible.
Incorrect. The Watchtower. Okay, next toss-up. The category is history or topic. This group was targeted in the St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre. What French? Paca?
Huguenots.
Correct. Okay, next bonus. Category topic, mythology. Answer the following about the adventures of Siegfried. 1, Siegfried is perhaps best known for slaying Fafnir, one of these winged fire-breathing creatures which guarded a hoard of treasure. 2, Gripier tells Siegfried that after killing Fafnir, he will wake Brunhild, one of these figures. These choosers of the slain decide who enters Valhalla and guide the worthy to it. 3, after consuming the fire of Fafnir, Siegfried gains the ability to understand the speech of these animals. In Greek myth, Tiresias was given the ability to understand these creatures by Athena. C. After consuming the heart of Fafnir, Siegfried gains the ability to understand the speech of these animals. In Greek myth, Tiresias.
Time.
Wait, answers, make self parts, please.
Siegfried, number 1. Siegfried is perhaps best known for slaying Fafnir, one of these winged fire-breathing creatures which guarded a hoard of treasure.
Dragon.
Correct. 2, Gripier tells Siegfried that after killing Fafnir, he will wake Brunhild, one of these figures. These choosers of the slain decide who enters Valhalla and guide the worthy to it.
Valkyrie.
Correct. 3, after consuming the heart of Fafnir, Siegfried gains the ability to understand the speech of these animals. In Greek myth, Tiresias was given the ability to understand these creatures by Athena.
Snake.
Incorrect. Birds.
Birds.
Okay. Next toss-up, And the category is, or topic is science. The soft form of this phenomenon is sometimes called grapple. Updrafts suspend a solid ball in the air which grow. Baka?
Pendulum?
Incorrect. Which grows in size before falling to form what type of precipitation composed of layered balls of ice?
Hail.
Correct.
Wow. We get 1 point for that.
Okay, bonus question number 9, and the category is geography. Sorry. Oh, that's right, you're right. Thank you. Toss up number 11. The category or type is fine arts. A mustache was added to this painting. Baka?
Mona Lisa?
Correct. Now bonus, right? Okay. The category is geography. Answer the following about locations with long names. 1. This capital city has the longest name for a city in the world, but is colloquially known as Krung Thep. This city, one of the most visited in the world, is the capital of Thailand. 2. A railway station in this South Asian country is 28 letters long, and is spoken in Telugu, a major Dravidian language. 3. A village in the Navarre region of Spain is 39 letters long and is spoken in this language. This language is not related to any other known language in the world.
Can you repeat B?
Number, which one? All of them?
Yeah.
Two.
2. A railway station in this South Asian country is 28 letters long.
Wait, answers.
Okay,
Please.
by parts?
By parts.
Did you say, okay. This capital city has the longest name for a city in the world, but is colloquially known as Krung Thep. This city, one of the most visited in the world, is the capital of Thailand.
Bangkok.
Correct. 2. A railway station in this South Asian country is 28 letters long and is spoken in Telugu, a major Dravidian language.
Indonesia.
Incorrect. India.
What was the answer to 3?
Number 3, Basque. Or Euskara. Next toss-up. Toss-up number 12. And the category or topic is history. A George Videla-led government in this country committed state-sponsored terrorism during its dirty war. What country was led by Juan Perón from Buenos Aires? EABH?
Argentina.
Correct.
Can you press the button?
Now, bonus question number 11. No, Barty, bonus question number 10. Yeah, not yet. And the category is literature. Answer the following about Leo Tolstoy and his novels. Number 1, Tolstoy was from this country, which was the primary setting of his novel War and Peace. Number 2, Via, the sister of this novel's protagonist, is proud to have finished War and Peace in English class. R.J. Palacio is the author of this 2012 novel, whose main character has a disfigured face. Number 3, Anna Karenina has an affair with this cavalry officer who rides the horse Frofro. A. Tolstoy was from this country, which was the primary setting of his novel War and Peace.
Your B is 3.
3. Anna Karenina has an affair with this cavalry officer.
Can you prompt this by part?
By parts. Tolstoy, number 1, Tolstoy was from this country, which was the primary setting of his novel War and Peace.
Russia.
Russia is correct. 2. Via, the sister of this novel's protagonist, is proud to have finished War and Peace in English class. R.J. Palacio is the author of this 2012 novel, whose main character has a disfigured face.
Defer.
Okay, number 3, Anna Karenina has an affair with this cavalry officer who rides the horse Frofro.
Defer.
Part B,
The Incredible.
incorrect. Wonder, and number 3, Bronsky. Toss-up number 13. Science is the category. This term is derived from an Arabic word in the title of a book by Al-Khwarizmi. This term names a fundamental theorem stating that a polynomial of degree n has n roots. What branch of mathematics uses symbols to represent unknown numbers? Paka?
Algebra?
Correct. Bonus number 11. Okay. A graph has equation y equals 2x plus 1. Answer the following about that graph. Number 1, what is its slope or gradient? 2, what is the value of x when y is equal 7.5? Number 3, a different graph has equation y equals minus x squared. What is the coordinate of the point at which they intersect? See, a different graph has equation y equals x minus x squared. What is the coordinate of the point at which they intersect?
Time.
Give answers may you prompt this box first, please.
Okay. Number 1, what is its slope or gradient?
2.
Correct. What is the value of x when y equals 7.5?
Defer.
Number 3, a different graph has equations y equals minus x squared. What is the coordinate of the point at which they intersect?
Defer.
Okay. B,
3.25.
correct. And 3,
1, 2.
incorrect. -1, -1. Okay. Next toss-up number 14. The category or type is literature. Minor characters in this story include a dodo and a mock turtle. The main character of this work is forced to play croquet with a queen. Paka?
Alice in Wonderland.
That is correct. Next bonus is bonus number 12. The category topic is literature. Answer the following questions about a certain type of narrative. Number 1, the novel Uncle Tom's Cabin is subtitled Life Among the Lowly. It's about these types of people. The protagonist of the novel is essentially killed on the orders of his master, Simon Legree. 2, Uncle Tom's Cabin was written by this author and gained popularity shortly before the Civil War. 3, this author of an 1845 narrative details his journey to gain literacy, which is set in motion when the wife of his owner teaches him the alphabet. This man started the newspaper, the North Star.
We have answers.
Okay, question number 1,
Slaves.
correct. 2,
Harriet Beecher Stowe.
correct. 3,
Frederick Douglass.
that's correct. Okay, toss-up number 15. The category or topic is religion. One of these animals named Mahmud participated in an invasion of Mecca in which it was pelted with stones by birds during the year of these animals. The year Muhammad was born is named for what tusked animals? EABH.
Rhinoceros.
Not correct.
Elephants.
That's correct.
Why not? They have
Sorry, press the button. Sorry.
Okay, bonus number.
No, they don't get a
That's right, it's a good rebound, thank you. Okay. Toss-up question number 16. the topic or category science. This task was finally proved impossible by the Lindemann-Weierstrass theorem, which proved that pi is transcendental. What geometric task involves constructing a regular four-sided shape whose area is pi?
Time.
Hesitation, yeah?
No,
You answer.
Oh, sorry, squaring the circle. Leave the answer. Come on. Toss-up number 17. Computational math. Find the 20th term of an arithmetic sequence whose first three terms are 16, 22, and 28. Baka?
136.
Incorrect.
116.
Incorrect. The answer is 130. Okay. Toss-up number 18. Computational math is the category. In degrees, find the measure of an angle A in parallelogram A, B, C, D if angle A can be expressed as 7x plus 5 and angle C can be expressed as 10x minus 19. Baka?
8.
Incorrect.
Time.
55.
Incorrect. Degrees. 61 degrees, sorry. Okay, next toss-up. History is the category.
What number question is that?
19.
19.
Well, the one that we just answered was 18 now.
Okay.
We're trying to. 19 is the next toss-up. History is the category. This country gave independence to its West African and Equatorial African colonies in the year of Africa, 1960. What country's second colonial empire included modern-day countries? Baka?
Portugal.
Incorrect. Like Chad and Mali.
Time.
France.
That's correct. Bonus. It's a general knowledge question.
Only after that.
Okay. Next toss-up. Toss-up number 20, and then there's a break, right? Or no, is that?
Yeah, we have that.
Okay. Toss-up 20, the category is fine arts. A yellow depiction of this man was created by Paul Gauguin. A Lithuanian synagogue burns in a white depiction of this man's death by Mark Chagall. Artists were inspired by the crucifixion of what religion's figure? Baka?
Jesus.
That's correct. Bonus. This is number 13. The category is general knowledge. Answer the following about merengues. Name the, number 1, country where merengues originate from. Other deserts from this country include creme brulee, creme brulee and macarons, yes. 2, binding agent sometimes added to merengues is made from ground grains such as wheat. And number 3, stately dessert that consists of ice cream topped with brown merengue.
Repeat C, please.
Stately dessert that consists of ice cream topped with brown merengue.
It must be starch. I'm gonna say starch. I'll see.
Time.
The answers may come step first, please.
Okay, number one.
Is there a question?
Country where merengues originate from. All other desserts from this country include creme brulee and macaroons,
France.
correct? 2, binding agent, sometimes aided to merengues that is made from ground grains such as wheat,
Starch.
incorrect. Flour. And number 3, baked Alaska. All right, let's go second.
Don't stand up.
Can you talk about it?
Okay, so, oh, sure.
But now it's.
Here's what this is saying. We have had 4 math questions. We have math question coming up. Okay, between 21, 23. If we are leading and it's question 23, you buzz in whether they don't have an answer or not. Because we want, even if they get it, they have a lot of seniors on that team. That means they have a lot of math. Any math question that comes up within the next 5 questions, if we are not at risk, kill it. Secondly,
But they get bonuses.
yes, they get bonuses, but they're 4. So, and it would have been 5. You get it? Finally,
Okay,
I'm gonna call the time out of 20 minutes. Okay? Right now, the science question. This one,
Pronto.
5 for
Okay, toss up 21. The category is literature. In this play, a valet who cannot blink leads 3 people into a Second Empire style room. In this play, an admission to throwing her baby off of a balcony is made by Inez Garson declares hell is other people. In what play by Jean-Paul Sartre? In what play by Jean-Paul Sartre?
Time.
No exit. Toss up 22. The category is science. Planck's constant over linear momentum gives a version of this quantity named for G. Broglie. Gamma rays have the smallest value for what quantity? The distance between peaks. Baca?
Wavelength.
That's correct. Bonus. And the category is American history. Answer the following about the Civil War in Tennessee. Number 1, this general earned the nickname Unconditional Surrender after capturing Fort Donelson outside of Nashville. This Union general later accepted Robert E. Lee's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse. 2, P.G.T. Beauregard took command of the Confederate forces after the death of Albert Sidney Johnston at this extremely bloody battle, or 1862 battle near Pittsburgh Landing. And then number 3, Joseph Hooker led Union forces to victory at the Battle of Lookout Mountain, which was part of a campaign named for this city in southeast Tennessee.
Can you repeat B?
B. P.G.T. Beauregard took command of the Confederate forces after the death of Albert Sidney Johnston at this extremely...
Wait, answers may come step first, please.
Number 1,
Grant.
Grant, correct. Number 2,
Antietam.
incorrect. Shiloh. And then number 3, the answer is Chattanooga. Toss up number 23.
Buzzers.
Computational math is the focus or topic. Find the common ratio of a geometric sequence with second term 27/2 and fifth term 256. EABH,
15.
incorrect.
Repeat the question, please.
Find the common ratio of a geometric sequence with second term 27/2 and fifth term 256.
Time.
Read my answers.
Time out, please.
8/3 is the
Scoreboard says 23, we have 16, the difference is 7. We have 2 games to go, worth 8 points. Anything can happen.
Wait, it's a 7 point.
If we kill it, it's a 7-point difference, no risk. Okay? No risk for 2 questions. But if we step ahead a little bit, we're good. Whether by their mistake or mistake. Okay? The idea is now to come down. We cannot hit them. If we get to 10 points, we leave.
If they get this one wrong,
We're good. If they get one wrong,
if yeah, you get one right, you might go.
so the idea is, so no pressure, history is coming up, math is over. There's a chance geography or myth is coming back.
Don't plus.
But don't plus Okay, next time I see you,
Okay.
I'm gonna be
What?
Next time I see you, I'm gonna be really good question.
You're gonna be what?
What question are we going to play right now?
24.
Okay. Okay, toss-up question number 24. The category is geography. The Cauca people in this country, where the Salange River begins, which empties into the southern part of Lake Baikal, what leads, EABH?
Russia.
Incorrect.
Please finish the question.
What dense country in the world, what least dense country in the world is governed from Ulaanbaatar?
Time.
Asia.
Say it again?
Kazakhstan.
Oh, she didn't say that first.
No, Mongolia is the answer. Okay, next toss-up. And last, this is the 25th toss-up. The focus or category is science. These animals were the specialty of E.O. Wilson, who developed the theory of sociobiology by studying them. What asocial insects form colonies with drones, workers, and a queen? Paca?
Ants.
That's correct. All right. Bonus number 15, and the focus category is fine arts. Answer the following about the gates of hell. 1. This artist, a teacher of Camille Claudel, included a sculpture of a man resting his chin on a fist called the Thinker in his work, The Gates of Hell. 2. This sculpture, part of The Gates of Hell, draws from Dante's Inferno to depict Paolo and Francesca embracing as they perform the title action. 3. A museum in this city houses many sculptures from the Gates of Hell, including the Thinker. This city houses works like the Gross Clinic because Thomas Eakins once led its Academy of Fine Arts.
Here, B, please.
Okay, number 1. This artist, did you say B or
B?
B. Number 2. This sculpture, part of the Gates of Hell, draws from Dante's Inferno to depict Paolo and Francesca.
We don't have answers.
Okay. First, for B, Rodin. 2, The Kiss. And 3, Philadelphia.
Here comes people. Thanks, man.
So, guys, when they have like a math and let's say they got it wrong, so they got 50 rebound, right?
it's half the time.
Yeah, half the time.
However, if it just buzzing and they get it wrong, the other guys still have to keep the
At this moment, I'm gonna ask the teams to check their buzzers, so I'm gonna start with Chapel first. Please check your buzzers, starting right to left. Thank you. Thank you. Beleza. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, thank you. I will have moments where I'm so focused that I may forget, so please don't hesitate to warn me to make sure I reset. I'm going to start with Chapel now with your captain. Please stand and introduce yourself and your team.
Hello, your chapel. My name is Bia. This is Lara. This is Fernanda. This is Laura. This is our coach, Mr. Plain, and this is Miss Renata, and that is Lice. Good luck to you.
And now to EABH. Captain, please.
We're EBH. My name is Jacob. To my left is Jedward. My right is Wilson and Gabrielle. Benches Ronaldo and Tomas. Our coaches are Mr. Derek and Mr. Jason.
Okay.
Best you guys, best of luck.
Thank you. And I want to warn you, this is the first time I'm hearing the air conditioner be so loud. So if you can raise your voice so that I can hear you above it, then I'll know how accurate you are. So I'm going to open round number 3 questions now.
Before you begin, please remove pages that are written from your notebooks. Coaches, if you can check. What? Thank you. We'll have to school.
No,
Posso deixar no meu? I'll take care of it. Need a minute.
Teams ready?
No, just a minute.
Okay, no problem.
It's a lot of minutes.
Can I have a minute to consult about something? 1 minute before the begin.
Ai, eu anoto tudo. Só escreveu.
I'm assuming that he wants, the coach needs to be back in here, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Coach is like our lawyer. I'd rather not talk with that. Yeah.
Want me to look back?
All right. For the first toss-up question, the category is fine arts. The composer, Conlon Nankado, spent most of his life in this country. The first line of the Marines hymn mentions a place in this country. Violins, trumpets, and guitars comprise a type of band from this country, whose name follows El Salon in the title of an Aaron Copland work. Name this country where mariachi bands originated. EABH? That's correct. Okay, first bonus question. The category is literature.
Can you reset the buzzer?
Answer the following questions about the book title or book Little Women. Number 1, this conflict impacts the lives of Meg, Joe, Beth, and Amy since their father is serving as a chaplain for the Union Army. Number 2, the 4 sisters, Meg, Jo, Beth, and Amy, have this last name. Number 3, along with writing Little Women, this author wrote sequels to the book titled Little Men and Jo's Boys.
We have no answers.
Okay. Answer 1, American Civil War, 2, March, and number 3, Alcott. Okay. Toss-up question number 2. The category is science. A quadratic equation has this number of real solutions. Chapel?
2.
Incorrect. If its discriminant is negative, how many solutions are there to the equations sine times equals 2 or x equals times plus 1? Hesitation.
Well, it's a rebound.
That's
5.
okay.
0.
Correct.
Hesitation.
The rebound, I don't recall.
5 seconds.
5
Can you
seconds.
reset them? Okay, wait up. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I clarify something?
Yes, sir.
In case, coach, if it's fine. Coach,
Coach.
just to clarify what has just happened here. When the time is up, if you call them, they have to give you an answer. Hesitation is called of them. If you don't call them, it's within their right to take as much time as they want.
It's me. It's on me. I understand.
After 5 seconds, call on them or call on them, then they are bound by the hesitation rule. But if you don't call them, they are not bound.
So I'm making the call correct. Okay. All right. So third toss-up. The topic is current events. In June 2024, this country elected its first female president. EMBH? Correct, Mexico. Number 2, bonus. For the bonus number 2, the category is science. Answer the following questions about the human body. Number 1, this organ, which can be divided by the Cantley line, can be damaged by alcohol and produces bile. Number 2, this organ containing most of the body's sensory receptors is made up of the epidermis, dermis, and hypodermis. 3, the kidney is made out of these functional units that help in the production of urine.
Repeat.
See? The kidney is made of these functional units that help in the production of urine.
You prompt us by part.
By parts. 1, this organ, which can be divided by the Cantley line, can be damaged by alcohol and produces bile. Number 2, this organ containing most of the body's sensory receptors is made of the epidermis, dermis, and hypodermis.
Skin.
Correct? Number 3, the kidney is made out of these functional units that help in the production of urine. Okay? Part A?
Liver.
Correct? And C? Incorrect. Nephrons.
Do you guys want to know? I think I've heard the term.
Okay, toss-up number 4, the category is geography. This country's Rila National Park contains its highest point, Mount Musala. This country's city of Varna is located on the coast of the Black Sea. Greece and Turkey share this historical region of Thrace with this country. Name this Balkan country with its capital at Sofia. Capital?
Bulgaria.
Correct. Bulgaria. Bonus number 3,
Reset the buzzer, please.
and the category is current events. Name these candidates from the 2024 U.S. presidential election. 1, this woman won several states, including New York and California, but finished runner-up to Donald Trump. Number 2, this female doctor who was the candidate for the the Green Party, also ran for president in 2016? 3. Truth, Love, and Justice was the slogan of this socialist and activist whose running mate was Melina Abdullah. This man was the first Black person to receive a PhD in philosophy from Princeton.
Repeat B, please.
B. This female doctor, who was the candidate for the Green Party, also ran for president in 2016.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. Truth, Love, and Justice.
Can you promise my parts, please?
By parts, number 1. This woman won several states, including New York and California, but finished runner-up to Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris.
Correct. Number 2. This female doctor, who was the candidate for the Green Party, also ran for president in 2016.
Hillary Clinton.
Incorrect. Jill Ellen Stein. And number 3, Cornel West. Okay. I'm trying to be careful. Toss-up number 5, computational math. In square inches, find the area of the largest circle that can be drawn inside of a 4-inch by 4-inch paper. EABH?
60 pi.
Correct. Chapel?
4 pi squared inches.
That's correct. Okay. The bonus? No bonus. Thank you. All right, toss-up question number 6. The category is literature. In a poem from this country, the narrator says that they raise their head and look at the bright moon. Name this country where Tang Dynasty poet, EABH? Correct.
Please reset it.
Bonus, and the category is science. Answer the following questions about elements of the periodic table. 1. These exceedingly unreactive elements are in the rightmost column of the periodic table. 2. Alkali, earth metals such as potassium and calcium have this many valence electrons. 3. This element with the highest atomic number synthesized thus far was only the second element after seaborgium to be named after a living person.
Can you repeat 2?
2. Alkali earth metals such as potassium and calcium have this many valence electrons.
Prompt us
By parts. 1. These exceedingly unreactive elements are in the rightmost column of the periodic table.
noble gases.
Correct? Number 2. Alkali earth metals such as potassium and calcium have this many valence electrons. Number 3. This element with the highest atomic number synthesized thus far was the only second element after seaborgium to be named after a living person.
Ognasium.
Correct? And B. Incorrect. 2. Okay. Toss-up number 7, and the category is philosophy. A book on this subject by Aristotle was titled after his son Nicomachus. What field of philosophy is focused on virtue and moral principles like the Golden Rule? Ethics. So, toss-up number 8, and the category is history. In what country were the Tuol Sleng Museum and the killing fields used to suppress dissidents during the Khmer Rouge regime, which governed Chapel?
Cambodia.
Cambodia is correct. And now, bonus question number 5. And the category is fine arts. Answer the following about canine-inspired pieces of classical music. 1. In a symphonic tale for children by Sergei Prokofiev, this boy is represented by string instruments, while French horns represent the wolf that partially title the piece in which this boy appears. 2. This composer included the Grey Wolf in his 1889 ballet, The Sleeping Beauty. In a ballet by this composer, the lead ballerina often wears a black dress to play Odile, the daughter of von Rothbard. Number 3, this short Chopin piece in D-flat minor, piece in D-flat minor, sometimes called The Waltz of the Puppy, was inspired by a dog chasing its tail.
Repeat A, please.
A. In a symphonic tale for children by Sergei Prokofiev, this boy is represented by string instruments, while French horns represent the wolf that partially titled the piece.
Can you promise my parts, please?
By parts. In a symphonic tale for children by Sergei Prokofiev, this boy is represented by string instruments, while French horns represent the wolf that partially titled the piece in which this boy appears. Number 2, or part B, this composer included the Grey Wolf in his 1889 ballet, The Sleeping Beauty. In a ballet by this composer, the lead ballerina often wears a black dress to play Odile, the daughter of von Rothbard.
Tchaikovsky.
Correct. Part C, this short Chopin piece in D-flat minor, sometimes called The Waltz of the Puppy, was inspired by a dog chasing its tail. Say it one more time. Incorrect. So part A was Peter,
Okay.
and part C was minute or minute waltz. Okay. Toss-up number 9. Category is fine arts. An autumn sunrise makes this landmark appear red in the painting Fine Wined Clear Morning. An ukiyo-e print by Hokusai depicts a great wave and what Japanese mountain? EABH?
Fuji.
Correct.
Great wave question from last year.
Bonus question number 6 in this case, and the category is mythology. Answer the following about the labors of Hercules. 1. Hercules was forced to do the labors after this goddess drove him to madness. This wife of Zeus was the goddess of marriage. 2. Hercules' last task is to retrieve this 3-headed guard dog of the underworld. This hound of Hades prevented the dead from leaving. Number 3, Hercules performs the 12 labors while working under this king. This king of Mycenae had a bronze jar made to hide from Hercules.
Repeat C.
C. Hercules performs the 12 labors while working under this king. This king of Mycenae, or Mycena, had a bronze jar made to hide from Hercules.
Prompt us by part.
My parts. A. Hercules was forced to do the labors after this goddess drove him to madness. This wife of Zeus was the goddess of marriage. B. Hercules' last task is to retrieve this 3-headed guard dog of the underworld. This hound of Hades prevented the dead from leaving.
Cerberus.
Correct. 3. Hercules performs the 12 labors while working under this king. This king of Mycena had a bronze jar made to hide from Hercules.
Myceus.
Incorrect. Eurystheus, and then A was Hera. Eurystheus. Okay. Toss-up number 10. General knowledge is the category. In some traditions, this figure is accompanied by a half-goat demon that punishes children. EABH? Correct. Okay. Bonus and bonus number 7, and the category is history. Answer the following about post-colonial Brazil. Number 1, or A. A law named for this material abolished slavery in Brazil. A rush named for this material occurred in Minas Gerais, and exhibitions to El Dorado sought to obtain this material. B. The Malay rebellion was fought by slaves of this religion in Salvador. Bahia wearing necklaces of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Abubakar II was a king of this religion who may have sailed to Brazil. Number 3, as regent for this person, Isabella enacted the law to abolish slavery in Brazil. B. The Malay rebellion was fought by slaves of this religion in Salvador Bahia, wearing necklaces of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Abubakar was a king of this religion who may have sailed to Brazil.
Can you count this by part?
My part. A. A law named for this material abolished slavery in Brazil. A rush named for this material occurred in Minas Gerais, and exhibitions to El Dorado sought to obtain this material.
Gold.
Correct. B. The Malay rebellion was fought by slaves of this religion in Salvador Bahia, wearing necklaces of Jean-Jacques Dessalines. Abubakar II was the king of this religion who may have sailed to Brazil. Okay. C. As regent for this person, Isabella enacted the law to abolish slavery in Brazil.
Deferred.
Okay. Part B.
Islam.
Correct. And part C.
Don't page the second.
Correct.
You can choose it.
Can you ask for a timeout?
Yes.
Just get the post, who's not facing the board, I'm not facing the board, regardless. We are doing well. Feel like you'll be tired. Find ways to, it's not a sharp balance. I feel like Chapel's gonna put this together now. So you top master. So that can matter. We done? Okay, let's go. Sorry for last time.
That's crazy chat.
Okay.
Today's
Pronto? Next toss-up. Toss-up number 11. And the category is literature. A scene, no, just school. I'll back up. Toss-up number 11, the category is science. What operation, which is generalized by the inner product, outputs a scalar equal to the product of the magnitudes of the inputs times the cosine of the angle between them?
Can you repeat that?
So science, what operation, which is generalized by the inner product, outputs a scalar equal to the product of the magnitudes of the inputs? Hesitation.
No,
No,
it's
So done? Okay. And the answer is dot.
dot.
Dot. Dot product, dot. Okay? Now toss up number 12, and the focus category is literature. A scene in this play inspired the Ents attack on Isengard in The Lord of the Rings. EABH? Hesitation.
Finish the question.
I'm sorry. And Eleanor Catton's 2023 novel Burnham Wood, Dunsinane is attacked by Malcolm's army in what Shakespeare play, also called the Scottish play?
Macbeth.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Bonus,
No, it's
it's still there. Toss up number 13. The category is history. In this region, the Potato War was fought against the Habsburgs. Name this region whose Neuschwanstein Castle, which was created by Ludwig II, a German region that was ruled by the House of Wittelsbach from Munich. EBH?
Bohemia.
Incorrect.
Bavarian.
That's correct. Okay. Toss up number 14. Pop culture is the category. The Galarian form of this Pokemon has a golden head and a tip of its tail. And Team Rocket collects the tails of this Pokemon in gold. Chapel?
Pikachu.
Incorrect.
You can take session.
In gold and silver versions, what Pokemon can evolve from Slowking?
Slowpoke.
Correct.
Pokemon are just crazy.
Very separate, doesn't it?
That was a steal, right? That was a rebound?
Yeah.
Okay. So toss up number 15, and the category is science. The Euler line passes through these shapes: centroid, circumcenter, and orthocenter. And the law of sines and cosines allows one to find missing side lengths of these shapes. Name these polygons with scalene and isosceles. EBH?
Triangle.
Correct. Bonus question. Computational math. There are 4 red balls, 5 green balls, and 2 blue balls in a bag. Alice removes balls from the bag at random, and the balls are not replaced after they have been removed. Answer the following about probability. Number 1, what is the probability of Alice picking a blue ball first? 2, what is the minimum number of balls Alice must remove to ensure she has removed balls of at least 2 different colors? And 3, if the first 2 balls Alice removes are red, what is the probability that the third ball Alice removes is also red?
Repeat C.
C, if the first 2 balls Alice removes are red, what is the probability that the third ball Alice removes is also red? Part. What is the probability of Alice picking a blue ball first?
2/11.
Correct. Number B, what is the minimum number of balls Alice must remove to ensure that she has removed balls of at least 2 different colors?
6.
Correct. And number 3, if the first 2 balls Alice removes are red, what is the probability that the third ball Alice removes is also red?
2/9.
That is correct.
Excuse me, my pen is dry, it doesn't write anymore. Use this.
Back to toss-up question number 16, and the category is history. Controversy over this country's city of Danzig led 2 countries. EVH? Poland is correct. Okay, bonus question number 9, and the category is science. Answer the following about the laws of thermodynamics. 1, the first law of thermodynamics states that this quantity cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed or transferred. 2, this law states that the total entropy or disorder of an isolated system can never decrease over time, and it tends to increase in spontaneous processes. 3, this law, often considered as a foundation for the other laws rather than a standalone statement, introduces the concept of temperature as a fundamental property of thermodynamic systems. 2, this law states that the total entropy or disorder of an isolated system can never decrease over time, and it tends to increase in spontaneous processes. By part. 1, the first law of thermodynamics states that this quantity cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed or transferred. Correct? 2, this law states that the total entropy or disorder of an isolated system can never decrease over time, and it tends to increase in spontaneous processes. In letter C, or 3, this law, often considered as a foundation for the other laws, rather than a standalone statement, introduces the concept of temperature as a fundamental property of thermodynamic systems. Okay, B, correct. Second law of thermodynamics, and then we go to letter C, Zero's law of thermodynamics. Yep. Okay, the next vote or toss-up in the category is science. What electric?
Sorry, what's the number of the question?
Number 17. The category again is science. What electrical components are marked with color-coded bands to the chapel?
Resistors.
Correct. Resistors is correct. All right. Bonus question, number 10, and the category is geography. Answer the following about the islands of Japan. Number 1, the Japanese islands are part of this belt of tectonic activity that surrounds the Pacific Ocean and contains 2/3 of the world's volcanoes. 2, Sapporo lies on the northernmost and second largest of the Japanese islands, which the Sino region is based on. The Seikan Tunnel connects this island to Honshu. 3, this smaller island is the closest part of Japan to the Asian mainland, lying halfway between Kyushu and Korea. A strait named for this island saw Russia's Baltic fleet get crushed by the Japanese in a 1905 battle.
Can you repeat B, please?
B,
C, sorry.
C, this smaller island is the closest part of Japan to the Asian mainland, lying halfway between Kyushu and Korea. A strait named for this island saw Russia's Baltic fleet get
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
by parts. So 1, the Japanese islands are part of this belt of tectonic activity that surrounds the Pacific Ocean and contains 2/3 of the world's volcanoes. Correct. Sapporo, B, or 2, Sapporo lies on this northernmost and second largest of the Japanese islands, which is the Sino region, which the Sino region is based on. The Seikan Tunnel connects the island to Honshu.
Okay.
Correct? Number 3, this smaller island is the closest part of Japan to the Asian mainland, lying halfway between Kyushu and Korea. A strait named for this island saw Russia's Baltic fleet get crushed by the Japanese in a 1905 battle.
Ben.
Incorrect. Tsushima. All right. The next toss-up. Category is mythology. Because this figure abducted someone, Apollo sends a plague on the Greek armies as Chapel?
Hades.
Incorrect.
Finish question.
Apollo sends a plague on the Greek armies as punishment due to prayers from his priest, Chrysis. What king of Mycenae demanded Chrysis from Agamemnon after giving up Chrysis?
Can you repeat the question?
Because this figure abducted someone. Correct. Agamemnon. Okay. Toss-up number 19. Category is literature. In this novel, the planet of Kamatzats is controlled by a disembodied brain named IT. A Wind in the Door is a sequel to what novel in which Meg Murray uses a tesseract? Chapel? Incorrect. To Rescue Her Missing Father, written by Madeleine L'Engle.
Mrs. Who, Mrs. One, Mrs. One.
Incorrect. A Wrinkle in Time. Toss up number 20. Another timeout, yeah? The category is history. This general used Numidian cavalry to pull off Chapel?
Hannibal Barca.
Correct. Bonus question number 11, and the category is fine arts. Answer the following about how art is made. Number 1, this type of art has subtractive and additive forms. Mediums for this type of art often include marble, wood, and glass. 2, a form of this medium that results in opaque colors is called gouache. Color is applied in this medium in washes. 3, use of this technique began in the Renaissance, and it allows artists to create the illusion of 3D space. Artists employ this technique by creating vanishing points and drawing lines to them.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. Use of this technique began in the Renaissance and
Can you practice by parts?
parts. Number 1, this type of art has subtractive and additive forms. Mediums for this type of art often include marble, wood, and glass. Correct. Number 2, or B, a form of this medium that results in opaque colors is called gouache. Color is applied in this medium in washes.
Paint.
Incorrect. Watercolor, and B is linear perspective or perspective. Yep.
Just somewhat like in there.
What's the plan? So the plan is, we're applied to the
Yeah, we have 3. We're playing for 9, 20. We're playing for 20 points. And we are leading by 13 when we take a gap of 7. The play is 23. I'm gonna call a timeout at 22 or 23. When comes in. History, we're done for 1 to go. Pop culture 1 is coming. We're done with general knowledge is still likely, and the science also. Cool? Okay, that's coming back in 2023.
Toss-up number 21. The category is science. This quantity is conserved in isoporic processes. This quantity multiplied by density and gravitational acceleration is EABH?
Yes.
Incorrect.
Can you keep reading?
Yes. It is equal to the buoyant force by Archimedes' principle. Name this quantity that measures the size of a container.
Volume.
Correct.
We get the bonus.
Toss-up number 20.
Yeah,
We get, oh, in this round, that's right. Bonus 12. Bonus number 12 in the category is mythology. Answer the following about Odysseus' mishaps in the Odyssey. 1. Odysseus has his trip delayed greatly when he angers this Greek god by binding Polyphemus. This god is often known as the Earth Shaker, and the father of horses. 2. Odysseus's crew obtains a bag containing this phenomenon, which was granted to them by Aeolus. Boreas is another Greek god of this phenomenon. 3. Odysseus and his crew head into the underworld to speak with this blind prophet. This prophet had earlier been turned into a woman after hitting 2 mating snakes.
Can you count those by parts, please?
My parts. Part 1. Odysseus has his trip delayed greatly when he angers this Greek god by binding Polyphemus. This god is often known as the Earth Shaker and the father of horses.
Poseidon.
Correct. 2. Odysseus' crew obtains a bag containing this phenomenon, which was granted to them by Aeolus. Boreas is another Greek god of this phenomenon. Correct. 3. Odysseus and his crew head into the underworld to speak with this blind prophet. This prophet had earlier turned into a woman after hitting 2 mating snakes.
Shenanigans.
Correct. Okay. Toss-up number 22. The topic or category is current events. This country overwhelmingly rejected a new progressive constitution in 2022 for which voting was mandatory. What country is governed by Gabriel Boric from Santiago? Via VH?
Chile.
Correct. The bonus number 13 is, the topic is pop culture. Answer the following about Star Wars television shows. Number 1, this first live-action Star Wars series follows the title Bounty Hunter as he protects the young Force-sensitive Grogu, who is often affectionately called Baby Yoda. 2, this 2022 miniseries follows the title character as he attempts to rescue Princess Leia from the grasp of Darth Vader and the Galactic Empire. 3, this character, who first appears in the cartoon Star Wars Rebels and then in the miniseries Ahsoka, is a young con artist from Lothal who was trained by Kanan Jarrus. 2, this 2022 miniseries follows the title character as he attempts to rescue Princess Leia from the grasp of Darth Vader and the
Can be answered by parts.
parts number 1. This first live-action Star Wars series follows the title Bounty Hunter as he protects the young Force-sensitive Grogu, who is often affectionately called Baby Yoda.
The Mandalorian.
Correct. Number 2, this 2022 miniseries follows the title character as he attempts to rescue Princess Leia from the grasp of Darth Vader and the Galactic Empire. Okay. Number 3, this character who first appears in the cartoon Star Wars Rebels and then in the miniseries Ahsoka is a young con artist from Lothal who is trained by Kanan Jarrus. Incorrect. Ezra Bridger.
We didn't know it. But he's a carnivore, right? This is a dual sensor.
23.
Sir, what question?
23, 24, 25. Your math is good.
Okay.
Okay.
See on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay. Toss-up question number 23. Computational math is the category. 30 seconds. if A squared is equal to B and B cubed is equal to C, then what power of A is equal to C? Chapel?
A to the sixth.
Incorrect.
A to the fifth.
Correct. So can I ask the coaches really quickly? May I talk to you both? The answer is just 6 power.
It's just
Can you repeat the question?
This is why I
Is it
was,
still wrong? Because it's to the sixth.
so I was going purely on it. A lot of times in our notes, in parentheses, it gives multiple possible answers, and they didn't give any of that, and that's why I said.
Can you repeat the question?
So it was, if A squared is equal to B, and B cubed is equal to C, then what power of A is equal to C?
I said to the sixth.
And I heard A to the sixth, and the reason why I said no is because 6 power is what I was going with.
But
But
it's
it's-
I know what you mean.
but it's wrong.
But I
No.
think when
Wait,
No, but it's
just a
asking to
second,
the power.
are you saying the answer there is wrong or?
no, we're saying just that that's exactly the same meaning. So
Yeah.
if
So you said A to the sixth.
yes,
To the
so the idea is that it's the sixth.
Okay,
No, but your answer insinuates that the answer is A to
which is written
86.
like that.
No. It's because I studied in Brazilian school and I learned there.
If it's anything to do with Brazilian way of doing it, it's wrong.
I understand what you mean, but saying that.
No, what I'm trying to get is to establish your answer. We call an expert in math, I don't teach math, then they clarify.
A to the sixth.
I remember saying eight. I recall saying
No, I definitely heard A to the sixth, but where I didn't commit to it and honor that is because I'm used to the parentheses giving that as a potential replacement, right?
So the
it's just
question
six.
is, I'm not an expert in math, but if his answer is correct and it's a confusion of how it's written
It's
there,
so the
then we
answer
can get an expert and the expert can clarify.
I think it's
So you think your answer was
eight to
A
the
to the
sixth.
sixth.
A, the letter,
A.
to the sixth, which is power 6.
Yes.
Correct.
Is it the same as 6?
Yeah,
Because
it's
that's what's
it's
written
six
there.
power. There it's
Can
six
I
power.
get an expert?
I'm fine with
You
that.
can pause.
Who can we talk to?
These are the answers. This is his answer here.
The question asks for the power, right? So it doesn't ask for the base of the frame for A.
Says, like power of A is equal to C.
So I feel like if their answer was this, it would be A to the 86. That's what I think, yes.
Wow, very good.
Yeah.
Power of A is equal to C.
Yes.
And the answer is directly 6 power. The young lady here on the team said A to the 6th.
But that isn't the same
But what
as
does it mean
6.
to eight to the eight to the six?
A to the sixth, they're just talking about the power.
But it's asking for the
It's
power.
asking directly
It's
for
asking
the power.
directly
They have to
for
reread
that.
that question and see whether they ask for the power.
Just for the, just for the
I
power.
feel
If they
like
ask for the
eight
power, then
I think the thing is
I
we
think
call
to
an
the
expert
sixth.
as you ask. So
Just sir, I feel like with the phrase.
Good enough, I don't know
math.
math.
Power and power.
I'm just, yeah, I accepted A to the sixth as well, I'm just, yeah, I felt
in
like,
your group you accepted
They
it.
said
You
8 to the 6th.
like typically there's.
accepted it to the sixth in your group.
What power? Just the power.
But you accepted 8 to the 6th.
And that was a different room, different
Oh,
competition.
that's
We did not, in ours, we just accept the answer, which was 6.
Okay, I think it's the same kind of. I know you're I know the point. I think it's the same kind of redundancy of like if they don't ask the unit and you say units or unit squared.
Look,
So-
A to the 6 means something, and 6 means another. So that when they say for the power is just 6.
I think 8 to the 6 is not
So
the same thing.
that is something that we always check.
Should we go with
If that exists in math, 8 to the 6, and exists 6, so then we have to check which one is correct. And when they say what power, just 6 would be the correct one.
I think it's up to the moderator.
Yeah, because we have
which
that, the other,
So just to play it safe, because it wasn't stated exactly, okay?
yeah, so. I'm
6
so
power
sorry.
would have been acceptable. Okay. Toss up number 24. And the category is history. These people met in an assembly organized by King Telipinu called the Pancus and later fought under Muwatalli II. Name these people who fought along the Orogens at Kadesh and had their capital at Hattusa in Anatolia. Chapel.
The Babylons?
Incorrect.
Greeks.
Incorrect. The Hittites. Toss up number 25. Yep. And the category is science. This animal, which was a ruby-throated species, rotates its wings in a figure-8 pattern that allows it to hover on the spot. What birds have wings that beat about 2? Chapel. Correct. And bonus. The bonus is, and the category is computational math. So bonus number 14, computational math, 30 seconds. Answer the following about a 2x2 square grid. Number 1, how many 1x1 squares are there in the grid? 2, how many vertices are there in the grid? And number 3, what is the ratio of edges to vertices in the grid?
Repeat C, please.
Let's see. What is the ratio of edges to vertices in the grid?
Can you tell us that first?
Parts. 1, how many 1x1 squares are there in the grid?
4,
Correct. 2, how many vertices are there in the grid?
9,
Correct. What is the ratio of edges to vertices in the grid?
4 to 3.
Yep, correct.
Can we revisit something, question, a bonus question? Oh, the game is over.
Yes.
This is just for inquiry before we leave the room. There was a bonus question about, the periodic table. Can we revisit just a second?
Noble gases.
The noble gases was number 1.
2 was the correct answer first. Number 2 and answer.
No, we got 2. We got B.
Yeah, we got B.
Okay, so we want to look at answer B.
So this is 2.
Okay. We're going to note that there are a few experts watching online, they are saying there was an issue with answer to bonus 4. But they are not part of the game, yeah?
What question?
It's a bonus question that was given to EABH, and we got it wrong because we failed B. But according to some people watching, they are experts in chemistry, they are saying the question itself is wrong. There is no correct answer to that question.
So we just get.
It's the one that dance.
But you don't get any points for that. These guys are not coaches. They are not coaches, they are not anything. They are simply people who are watching and they are saying that question did not have an answer. So there was no correct answer to it. So 2 cannot be an answer to it.
EABH and Chapel, thank you.
Okay, shake hands, guys. Shake hands.
Chill.
Bon appétit. to the 6. Meet you again, please avoid me. Avoid me in the semis. I don't want to meet you again.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, man. Good job. Man, you
Dan Schumann. Sitting with us, we also have El Rubush and Eddie Fonseca, and our coaches, Mr. Juan Cardoso and Ms. Elizabeth Cruz. We wish the best of luck and a fair game.
Welcome again. So we will wait for the questions to arrive. I will warn you both, even though I know my timekeeper is just as astute, there may be moments where you may need to remind me so that I can reset it so that doesn't cause issues, okay? So, no problem.
Do we have square keepers, time keepers around? When you guys finish, put all the pencils here, because I'm gonna leave this here for tomorrow as well. Extra questions? Round 4. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
We also call timeout
Is it alright if we?
before the tweet.
Yeah, sorry, it's just
Okay.
my fault. It's not like it's code.
Adolfo, can you please ask one of the monitors to turn off the AC? If we end up turning it back on, just make sure you raise your volume because there are moments where
Yeah.
I'm not that old, but it's changing.
No, that's what I was thinking. I'm probably gonna still have the same problem, so make sure before we started.
Off, I think it's better if it's
I
off.
think it's this one that works, and it's the bottom or the far right. It's the far right. So,
You guys wanna open the windows? I don't know if the noise outside is good.
ready?
Ready.
The first toss-up, and the category is religion. Saint Augustine coined the term for this concept that forms the basis of the doctrine of total depravity and results in concupiscence. Baptism erases what state of taintedness passed down? EARJ.
Same.
Correct.
Regions.
Bonus 1, and the topic is literature. Answer the following about poetic forms. A distinctive feature of the haiku is the kegel, a word that refers to these periods. Shakespeare's sonnet 18 opens by asking, shall I compare thee to a day in one of these periods? 2. English poets Geoffrey Chaucer employed the heroic type of this form. Andrew Marvell's To His Coy Mistress is written in these rhyming 2-line stanzas. Number 3, in English literature, this poetic form is often written to mourn the dead. Thomas Gray set one of these poems in a country churchyard.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. In English literature, this poetic form is often written to mourn the dead. Thomas Gray set one of these poems in a country churchyard.
Time. Can you repeat by parts?
1. A distinctive feature of a haiku is the kegel, a word that refers to these periods. Shakespeare's sonnet 18 opens by asking, shall I compare thee to a day in one of these periods?
Season.
Correct? Number 2, English poets like Geoffrey Chaucer employed the heroic type of this form. Andrew Marvell's To His Coy Mistress is written in these rhyming 2-line stanzas.
Couplets.
Correct? Number 3, in English literature, this poetic form is often written to mourn the dead. Thomas Gray set one of these poems in a country churchyard.
Eulogy.
Correct. Toss-up question number 2, computational math. In the simplest radical form, what is the length of the portion of the line y equals 4x minus 8 that lies in the fourth quadrant?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, in simplest radical form, what is the length of the portion of the line y equals 4x minus 8 that lies in the fourth quadrant?
Time?
2 root 17. Toss-up question number 3. The topic, current events. Born in the Kiao Open Zoo, this animal has a sibling named Nadet. What pygmy hippopotamus's name? E-A-R-J?
Mudang.
Correct. Bonus number 2. The topic is science. Answer the following questions about biological energy. 1. Biological energy can be stored in this form in adipose tissue. 2. While humans store glucose in the form of glucagon, plants store it in this form. 3. This set of light-independent reactions helps to fixate carbon from carbon dioxide in the form of glucose.
Redo number B.
No, you can't. I need to ask.
Sorry.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. This set of light-independent reactions helps to fixate carbon from carbon dioxide in the form of glucose.
Can you repeat C, please?
B.
B, sorry.
Time?
Can you prompt us by parts?
1. Biological energy can be stored in this form in an adipose tissue.
Glucose?
Correct. Fat. Number 2, starch. And number 3, Calvin cycle.
Yeah.
That's why I see he wasn't.
Toss-up number 4. The topic, fine arts. To design one of these places, the architecture firm Herzog and G. Boron converted the Bankside Power Station. A white spiral lamp is the central feature of a Frank Lloyd Wright designed example of what places that include Tate Modern and the Guggenheim. I can't see it.
EARJ.
EARJ,
Museums?
correct. May I ask? Yes, thank you. Just slightly to the right, to your left. Thank you. Perfect. All right. So, bonus number 3. The topic is history. Answer the following about the African American revolutionary and Muslim minister Malcolm X. 1. Malcolm X was a former member of the black supremacist religion that was led by Elijah Muhammad. 3 members of this religion were converted or were convicted of his assassination. 2. African Americans were urged to exercise their right to vote in this speech of his when he references Patrick Henry's, quote, "Give me liberty or give me death." Number 3, Malcolm X described the assassination of this man as chickens coming home to roost.
Can you repeat B, please?
B, African Americans were urged to exercise their right to vote in this speech of his, where he references Patrick Henry's, quote, "Give me liberty or give me death."
Can you repeat
A, Malcolm X was a former member.
Time?
Can you prompt us by parts?
1, Malcolm X was a former member of this black supremacist religion that was led by Elijah Muhammad. 3 members of this religion were convicted of his assassination.
Islam?
Incorrect.
Okay.
So, Nation of Islam, 2, Ballot or the Bullet, and then JFK or John Fitzgerald Kennedy. All right, next toss-up, it is number 5, and the category is literature. Frau Frau's back is broken in this novel by the title character's lover. In what novel by Leo Tolstoy does Kitty find happiness while the title character who enters EARJ?
Anna Karenina?
Correct. Bonus number 4, current events. Answer the following about the state of Ohio. Number one, this former Ohio senator who wrote the memoir Hillbilly Elegy is Donald Trump's vice president. Number two, Donald Trump claimed that immigrants from this country were eating pets in Ohio city of Springfield. And number three, this Ohio governor who easily defeated Nan Whaley denounced racist comments about immigrants from Springfield.
Can you repeat C, please?
This Ohio governor who easily defeated Nan Whaley denounced racist comments about immigrants from Springfield.
Parts by parts.
By parts. One, this former Ohio senator who wrote the memoir Hillbilly Elegy is Donald Trump's vice president.
J.D. Vance.
Correct. Number two, Donald Trump claimed that immigrants from this country were eating pets in Ohio city of Springfield.
Haiti.
Correct. And number three, this Ohio governor who easily defeated Nan Whaley denounced racist comments about immigrants from Springfield.
Tim Walz.
Incorrect. Mike DeWine.
I know the governor wants to.
Tim Walz from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Next toss-up. Toss-up number 6, computational math, 30 seconds. Here it goes. Melissa is playing D&D and making a skill check with advantage. She rolls two 20-sided dice and needs at least one of them to be 16 or greater. What is the probability that she succeeds?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yep. Melissa is playing D&D and making a skill check with advantage. She rolls 2 ERJ.
8 out of 20.
Incorrect.
Bom, vamos começar, gente. É uma de 5 mais 5 de 20. One half dice. Não faz, eu tô pensando nisso. Não faz sentido. Para mim, não faz sentido. Eu acho que eu consigo. Tá, então pode fala isso, tá? Vai, bom. We have answers.
Please.
1/2. 50.
Incorrect. 7/16. Or 0.435. Okay. Next toss-up. Category is history. This ruler enforced the Treaty of Pressburg to end the Holy Roman Empire after his victory at the Battle of Austerlitz. OLM?
Napoleon Bonaparte.
Correct.
Oh, the Battle of Austerlitz.
Pronto? Okay. Bonus 5, and the category is science. Answer the following questions about chemical bonds.
Please do.
1. These bonds are often formed by two nonmetals and feature shared electrons. They contrast with ionic bonds. 2. Ionic, sorry, I said ionic. Number 2, metallic bonds are defined by a sea of electrons surrounding metal atoms in the form of positive ions, which have this name. Number 3, large networks of bonds are found in amorphous solids like glass, which has this chemical formula.
Can you please repeat number 3?
3. Large networks of bonds are found in amorphous solids like glass, which has this chemical formula.
Não, era 2, só que já tinha
Can you please repeat number 8?
É tipo 1 mais 2. Tá.
Did you say?
By parts.
Did you say time?
Where I just got distracted, unfortunately.
Well, can you please prompt us by parts?
Parts. These bonds are often formed by two nonmetals and feature shared electrons. They contrast with ionic bonds.
Covalent.
Correct. 2. Metallic bonds are defined by a sea of electrons surrounding metal atoms in the form of positive ions, which have this name.
Cations.
Correct. Number 3. Large networks of bonds are found in amorphous solids like glass, which has this chemical formula.
Giant covalent.
Incorrect.
What's the answer?
SiO2.
Silicon oxide.
SiO2.
SiO2.
Ah, já vi isso.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to know like where the other one was.
Yeah, I think that's.
That was
Like,
already
every-
right there, and they got a toss it, that's 2.
Yeah,
When was
did we get a
the-
rebound?
when was the- Did you get any rebounds?
That was not a rebound.
No, they did before, and then
No,
just this.
there was no
Yeah, they did rebound.
Just
They did not.
Just answered
No, they did
Yeah.
not.
I don't think we did.
That's why Normie
Because
raised.
it was written there.
Go for it.
It's just 2. The next time, like just when something happens, just put like +1 because then we can like track everything. Thank you.
That's not 2.
We're clear now, we're good?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's move forward with positivity. Toss up number 8, and the topic is science. The quantum operator corresponding to this quantity equals -I h bar times the gradient. While the time derivative of this quantity equals the force by Newton's second law. Name this product of mass and velocity. OLM.
Force.
Incorrect.
Momentum.
Correct.
Nossa, momentum. Depois eu pensei.
Okay. Next toss up. History is the topic. This ruler was accused of being a demon who could dematerialize his head in Procopius' secret history. Name this Byzantine emperor whose general, Belisarius, reconquered Italy and who ordered the construction of the Hagia Sophia. EARJ.
Vlad the Impaler.
Incorrect.
Can you please repeat the question?
Byzantine Emperor.
The answer was Justinian the First.
But we didn't have a chance
It
to.
says Byzantinian Empire.
What? No.
No.
We did. I didn't say.
No,
You
maybe
said-
give time.
Yes.
Yes, but there was no
We have
acknowledgement.
answers. But he just said the answer. When don't you? Because she said time and then you said the answer. I didn't say we have. I would say we have answers.
Someone said Byzantinian Empire.
No, because we were
I
discussing.
was thinking, right? So
No, guys,
I don't know
during
how-
toss-ups, can we please like be quiet because we're not allowed to talk to each other during
This was a rebound.
During rebounds, you have the when you have
So,
the rebound. So
You guys know the rules. Let's discontinue and hold to those standards because it's
Yeah, yeah,
done on
yeah.
both sides. So from this point forward, discontinue. It isn't?
Mhm.
Okay. So what we can do is find a replacement toss-up.
I believe that would be correct.
I agree.
And they can
In
talk.
history, ideally in the same topic.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's in the.
That's
And they can talk for 5 seconds only.
yeah. We can talk about that. When you say time, when you say we have that.
Science.
Oh, wasn't it history?
Yes, it was history.
Because it was best Byzantine Empire.
Sorry, toss-up number 13 in the spare extra. This man wrote the autobiography Long Walk to Freedom about his imprisonment on Robben Island. Name this man who opposed apartheid and became the first black president of South Africa.
We have answers. Nelson Mandela.
Uba.
+1.
Okay, toss-up number 10. Yes, science. A function named for this man gives the amount of numbers less than n coprime to n and is the totient function. What mathematician who solved the 7 bridges of Königsberg discovered the constant that is the base of the natural logarithm? EARJ?
Euler.
Correct.
Euler's team.
Bonus, number 6, the category is literature. Answer the following about Sherlock Holmes. 1. Holmes is a character in this profession, which leads him to solve crimes involving the King of Bohemia and the British Prime Minister. 2. Holmes was created by this British author whose first novel about Holmes was A Study in Scarlet. Number 3. Readers sent thousands of letters to the Strand after Holmes supposedly died, fighting Professor Moriarty in this short story that ends with a fight on the Reichenbach Falls.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. Readers sent thousands of letters to the Strand after Holmes supposedly died fighting Professor Moriarty in this short story that ends with a fight on Reichenbach Falls.
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
Number one, Holmes is a character in this profession, which leads him to solve crimes involving the King of Bohemia and the British Prime Minister. Two, Holmes was
Private detective.
The answer.
okay, correct. Second, Holmes was created by this British author whose first novel about Holmes was A Study in Scarlet.
Arthur Conan Doyle.
Correct. Number three, readers sent thousands of letters to the Strand after Holmes supposedly died fighting Professor Moriarty in this short story that ends with a fight on Reichenbach Falls.
Hound of Baskerville.
Incorrect. The final problem.
Profundo.
Okay. Toss-up number 11. Literature is the topic. An anti-imperialist essay by this author describes a policeman in Burma who feels pressured by a crowd to shoot an elephant. What English novelist coined the terms doublethink and Big Brother? O.M.?
George Orwell.
Correct. Bonus number 7 for you all. And computational math is
Eu escrevo.
Answer the following about a circle which has its center at -3 and 0 and intersects the x-axis at the origin. Number 1, what are the coordinates of the origin? 2, what is the other x-intercept of the circle? Number 3, the circle is reflected across the y-axis and then translated by 1 unit in the positive y direction. What are the new coordinates of the center of the circle?
Can you please repeat C?
The circle is reflected across the y-axis and then translated by 1 unit in the positive y direction. What are the new coordinates of the center of the circle?
Can you please repeat part 2?
Part 2B. Can you please prompt us by parts? Qual que é a ágil?
Okay, number 1, what are the coordinates of the origin?
Defer.
Number 2, what is the other x-intercept of the circle?
Defer.
And number 3, the circle is reflected across the y-axis and then translated by 1 unit in the positive y direction. What are the new coordinates of the center of the circle?
0, -2.
For number 3?
0, 0.
Okay, number 1.
No, did you ask for number? Yeah, number
So we
1.
went through, so 0, 0, number 1 is?
0, 0.
Okay, number 2?
-6, 0.
Correct, and number 3?
0, -2.
Incorrect. The answer is 3, 1.
For C.
For C.
Reflect over.
Toss-up number 12. Topic is geography. This country's Juri Dam provides most of its hydroelectric power. It's not Trinidad or Spain, but the capital of this country's Carabobo state is Valencia. The Orinoco River flows into the Atlantic Ocean in this country. Name this country famous for Lake Maracaibo, whose capital is Caracas. EARJ?
Venezuela.
Correct. Next, bonus question number 8, and the topic is mythology. Answer the following about Theseus' 6 labors. 1, Theseus returns to this city after moving a boulder and being told that his father is Aegeus. This city was sacred to the goddess of wisdom. 2, under the boulder, Theseus finds a sword and a pair of these objects. Hermes has a pair of these objects with wings, which enable him to fly. Number 3, Theseus fought Sinis, a man who is said to bend these objects. Some of these objects at Dodona were sacred to Zeus, and material from them was used to build the Argos.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. Theseus fought Sinis, a man who is said to bend these objects. Some of these objects at Dodona were sacred to Zeus, and material from them was used to build the Argos.
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
By parts. 1. Decius returns to this city after moving a boulder and being told that his father is Aegeus. This city was sacred to the goddess of wisdom.
Athens.
Correct. 2. Under the boulder, Theseus finds a sword and a pair of these objects. Hermes has a pair of these objects with wings, which enable him to fly.
Shoes.
Incorrect. Sandals.
Okay. Couldn't we like be more, asked to be more specific?
No, different question.
Shoes and sandals.
Yeah, so what I go with is what gives me in the
Okay.
parentheses it gave me.
Okay.
No other.
Can we please get a timeout?
Please.
Sorry.
While painter to the Sforza court in Milan, this artist depicted Cecilia Gallerani clutching an animal inlaid with an ermine. Name this artist who depicted an outstretched man in a circle and a square in Vitruvian Man. E-R-A-R-J.
Leonardo da Vinci.
Correct. Bonus, and the topic is pop culture. Answer the following about 20th century American heavyweight boxers. 1. Cassius Marcellus Clay was the birth name of this heavyweight champion and cultural icon dubbed the greatest. In 1967, he was arrested and stripped of his title after refusing to fight in the Vietnam War. Number 2. With a record of 49 wins and no losses, a boxer of this first name became the only heavyweight champion to be undefeated when he retired in August 1956. Another fictional boxer of this name was played by Sylvester Stallone. 3. In 1936, Nazi Germany sent Max Schmeling to fight this athlete in the Yankee Stadium, where he avenged his initial loss in 1938. This boxer was nicknamed the Brown Bomber.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. In 1936, Nazi Germany sent Max Schmeling to fight this athlete in the Yankee Stadium, where he avenged his initial loss in a 1938 match. This boxer was nicknamed...
Okay, can you prompt us by parts, please?
1. Cassius Marcellus Clay was the birth name of this heavyweight champion and cultural icon dubbed the greatest. In 1967, he was arrested and stripped of his title after refusing to fight in the Vietnam War.
Muhammad Ali.
Correct. Number 2. With a record of 49 wins and no losses, a boxer of this first name became the only heavyweight champion to be undefeated when he retired in August 1956. Another fictional boxer of this name was played by Sylvester Stallone. Correct. And number 3. In 1936, Nazi Germany sent Max Schmeling to fight this athlete in the Yankee Stadium, where he avenged his initial loss in a 1938 rematch. This boxer was nicknamed the Brown Bomber.
Robinson.
Incorrect. Joe Louis. What's the name of it? Okay. Toss up number 14. This is a general knowledge question. Children were left alone with one of these foods for 15 minutes in an Oh, EARJ,
Marshmallow.
that's correct.
I didn't see that.
Okay. Bonus number 10, the category is science. Answer the following questions about types of numbers. 1. These numbers are generated by their namesake sequence, which begins 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. Number 2. These numbers, which can be placed on the Argand plane, extend the real numbers with the addition of the imaginary unit. Number 3. These primes can be expressed in the form 2 to the n power minus 1. In parentheses, it says 2 to the power of n minus 1, and have a 1-to-1 correspondence with perfect numbers by the Euclid-Euler theorem.
Can you repeat C, please?
These primes were expressed in the form 2 to the nth minus 1. 2 to n to the nth, yeah. To the power of n minus 1, and have a 1-to-1 correspondence with perfect numbers by the Euclid-Euler.
Can you practice by parts?
Yes, 1. These numbers are generated by their namesake sequence, which begins 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. Correct. These numbers, number 2, which can be placed on the Argand plane, extend the real numbers with the addition of the imaginary unit.
Complex.
Correct. And number 3, these primes can be expressed in the form 2 to the power of n minus 1, and have a 1-to-1 correspondence with perfect numbers by the Euclid-Euler theorem.
Consecutive.
Incorrect. Mersenne primes? Mersenne primes? Toss up number 15, and the category is science. These structures are imaged by a karyotype. These structures line up at the metaphase plate before splitting in mitosis. Humans have 23 pairs of what? OLM?
Chromosomes.
Correct.
Bora, bônus agora.
Bonus number 11, and the topic is history. Answer the following about the history of Catholicism in Mexico. 1. The Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico City, the most visited Catholic shrine in the world, was built following the 1531 apparition seen by peasants of this figure, the Mother of Jesus. 2. La Reforma, or Reforma, was launched to reduce the power of Catholics in Mexico after the plan of Ayutla overthrew this Mexican general who won the Battle of the Alamo. Number 3. During the Reform War, Benito Juarez negotiated the McLean-Ocampo Treaty in this port city, which had previously been captured by Winfield Scott during the Mexican-American War.
Can you please repeat the second part?
Yep. Number 2, La Reforma was launched to reduce the power of Catholics in Mexico after the plan of Ayutla overthrew this Mexican general who won.
Can you please prompt us by parts?
1. The Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico City, the most visited Catholic shrine in the world, was built following the 1531 apparition seen by peasants of this figure, the Mother of Jesus.
Mary.
Correct. Number 2. La Reforma was launched to reduce the power of Catholics in Mexico after the plan of Ayutla overthrew this Mexican general who won the Battle of the Alamo.
Deferred.
Okay. Number 3. During the Reform War, Benito Juarez negotiated the McLean-Ocampo Treaty in this port city, which had previously been captured by Winfield Scott during the Mexican-American War.
Deferred.
Okay. B.
Benito Juarez.
Incorrect. Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. And then the last one, Veracruz. Okay. Toss up number 16, and the focus is pop culture. A character in this novel breaks a trophy over his head while another character is discussing the book An Imperial Affliction. The cancer patients, Augustus Waiters and Hazel Grace. EARJ?
Wonder.
Incorrect.
Can you please continue the question?
Patients Augustus Waters and Hazel Grace feature in what John Green novel?
Can you please repeat?
Time.
We don't have that.
We don't have that.
The Fault in Our Stars. Okay. Toss-up 17, and the topic is history. In this country, Mary and Louis Leakey discovered evidence of Homo habilis at Olduvai Gorge. What country known as Tanganyika during the scramble for Africa has its capital at Dodoma? EARJ.
Tanzania?
That's correct. The bonus question for bonus number 12, bonus 12, fine arts is the topic. Answer the following about the Goldberg variations. 1. The Goldberg variations were written by this German Baroque composer whose well-tempered clavier has been described as the Old Testament of music. 2. The Goldbergs begin and end with one of these movements. This term also describes certain vocal solos in operas. 3. With the exception of the Quodlibet, every third variation is one of these contrapuntal pieces which consist of voices in imitation starting at different times.
Can you repeat C, please?
With the exception of the Quodlibet, every third variation is one of these contrapuntal pieces which consist of voices in imitation.
Can you prompt us by parts, please?
Okay. 1. The Goldberg variations were written by this German Baroque composer whose well-tempered clavier has been described as the Old Testament of music.
Ba.
Correct. Number 2, the Goldbergs begin and end with one of these movements. This term also describes certain vocal solos in operas.
Aria.
Correct. Number 3, with the exception of the Quodlibet, every third variation is one of these contrapuntal pieces which consist of voices in imitation starting at different times.
Vocalize.
Incorrect. Canons. Okay. Toss-up number 18. The focus or topic is literature. This character sings the Willow Song before talking to her maid Emilia. This character's handkerchief is planted in Cassio's room to invoke jealousy. It says for 10 points. But Iago's schemes cause what woman to be smothered by her husband Othello?
Time.
Desdemona. Okay. Toss-up number 19. The topic is current events. In 2024, this country and Russia signed a treaty on comprehensive strategic partnership. This country recently deployed soldiers. OLM?
North Korea.
Correct.
Boa. Tava na cabeça, já tava só com information.
Bonus number 13, and the topic is religion. Answer the following about Zen Buddhism. 1. Zazen or Zazen is a form of this practice in Zen Buddhism. Monks often chant Om when performing this concentrated practice. 2. Chan Buddhism is a form of Zen Buddhism primarily practiced in this country, where Wu Zetian likened herself to the Maitreya Buddha and replaced the Tao Te Ching. 3. During Zazen, a practitioner may use one of these ritual gestures with their fingers and hands over their belly.
Can you please repeat part C? Three.
Okay, 3. During Zazen, or Zazen, a practitioner may use one of these ritual gestures with their fingers and hands over their belly.
Time.
Can you please prompt by parts?
1. Zazen is a form of this practice in Zen Buddhism. Monks often chant Om when performing this concentrated practice.
Meditation.
Correct? 2, Chan Buddhism is a form of Zen Buddhism primarily practiced in this country, where Wu Zetian likened herself to Maitreya Buddha and replaced the Tao Te Ching.
Defer.
Okay, number 3, or C, during Zazen, a practitioner may use one of these ritual gestures with their fingers and hands over their belly.
Defer.
Okay, B,
Thailand.
incorrect. China, and then the third one, mudras.
Era o China or India.
Okay. Toss up number 20. And the topic is science. Absorption of this element in the phosphate are promoted by vitamin D. Osteoporosis can result from a deficiency. OLM?
Calcium.
Correct.
Boa.
Yep, bonus.
Bada bom.
Number 14, computational math, 45 seconds.
Repito.
Answer the following about the curve y equals x to the second minus 2x minus 3. Number 1, what is the degree of this curve in all quadratic equations?
Second, 2.
2, what are the two values x can take when y is 0? Number 3, what is the discriminant of the curve?
Discriminants, close area.
Can you please repeat the values of the first?
3, -1.
See? Number 3, what is the discriminant of the curve?
Can you please repeat the
Squared minus b squared minus 4ac, cara. Yeah, pode crer. You just had time? No. Not yet. Okay. B squared minus 4ac, faz aí. 2, 3, -1, 16. We have answers.
Number 1.
2.
Number 2.
3 and -1.
Okay, and number 3.
16.
Yeah,
No,
3 and
but
-1.
they're both values. It's not like, if it was a point, it would make
Yeah,
sense.
they're
It's
interchangeable.
The order is irrelevant, but the order does not.
So it was correct.
Okay, thank you, no problem, it's okay. And
Okay, and now is that
all correct then?
correct?
Yeah, we got the 3 points.
Agora 3.
Tá bom, agora é.
Time out.
Yeah, okay.
Já pediu.
Não, tem time out
Okay.
Other backwards. Time. Time.
Okay. Toss up 21. And the topic is science. Slide rules rely on properties of this function, like the fact that this function of the quantity AB or AB is equal to this function of a times this function of B. What function is the inverse of exponentiation? OLM.
Logarithmization. Logarithm.
Bônus.
Bonus number 15, and the topic is general knowledge. Answer the following about cryptocurrency. Number 1, in 2021, El Salvador became the first country in the world to legally adopt cryptocurrency when they made this first decentralized cryptocurrency legal tender. 2, cryptocurrencies remain decentralized by relying on these structures, which use hashes to create a record of all transactions. 3, this man founded a website for trading crypto called FTX, which eventually went bankrupt after he was arrested for fraud.
Eu vou pegar esse. Não, é o. Repeat three. Eu sei.
Qual que é o nome?
Time.
We have answers.
So number 1,
Bitcoin,
correct, 2,
blockchain,
and number 3,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
correct.
Opa!
Caraca, não sei esse nome. Agora você tá vendo?
Toss-up 22. The topic is fine arts. Anton Bruckner's symphony of this number is nicknamed the Apocalyptic. Mahler's symphony of this number, whose first part is a setting of the hymn Veni Creator Spiritus, is nicknamed the Symphony of 1000. What number is also shared by Schubert's Unfinished Symphony and Beethoven's AARJ?
9.
Incorrect. Penultimate Symphony.
Quanto que ele tem total?
Beethoven tem 9 sinfonias.
Penúltima, 7. Então seria 7.
A penúltima.
Não,
Seria
8.
7.
É 8.
Não, penúltima é 2 antes.
Não, penúltima é 8. Penúltima é uma antes.
Verdade, tá razão. We have answers 8.
Correct.
Opa!
And we get the bonus.
Calma aí, velho.
Foi mal, cara.
Relaxa.
So the bonus is number 16, and the topic is mythology. Answer the following about Amaterasu. 1. Amaterasu was a goddess of this celestial body. In Greek mythology, the Titan Helios represented this body, which can be seen during the day. Number 2. Amaterasu was the sister of this kami of storms. This kami threw. Want me to throw it out? I'm welcome it.
He said the answer during the quiz.
We're going to
Who
use.
said the answer?
I unfortunately
Oh, that's.
was one line down.
Hey, it's okay.
So, do I need to keep the same? I need to keep the same topic.
What's the topic?
Mythology.
Yeah.
You can change. In my opinion, you can change it.
Change it to history.
You can change it from now.
You will not mind. Who uses this?
Okay, wouldn't it be the case that mythology is not here? So can we go religion?
Is that the next one? Then we can do the next one in the list like this. To be objective.
Is religion mythology? It's pretty.
Yeah, let's just do the next one in the.
And the bonus.
What bonus would that be?
Nice.
Isn't there like the extra packet?
That's what I'm looking at here.
There's no mythology.
The extra has no mythology?
Well, if it doesn't, we'll just do the next one in the regular packages.
Yeah.
No, we should maybe just get the 3 points.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Ask ChatGPT to rewrite the question.
So we will go to the next one. The topic is science.
Fair.
Answer the following about insects. 1. Hoverflies are often said to resemble these insects because of their yellow and black stripes.
Bees, yeah.
2. Viceroy butterflies, or visceroid butterflies, have evolved to look like monarch butterflies, which is an example of the Mullerian type of this phenomenon. 3. Butterflies and moths are members of this order, whose name translates to scaled wing.
Can you please repeat 2? Three
actually.
Butterflies, number 3. Butterflies and moths are members of this order, whose names translates to scale winged.
Can you please repeat 2?
Winged or winged?
Winged.
When? Did you say time? Please from both parts.
1. Hoverflies are, number 1, hoverflies are often said to resemble these insects because of their yellow and black stripes.
Bees.
Correct. 2. Viceroy or viceroy butterflies have evolved to look like monarch butterflies, which is an example of the Mullerian type of this phenomenon.
Defer.
Number 3. Butterflies and moths are members of this order whose name translates to scale winged.
Defer.
Okay. B.
Convergent.
Incorrect. Mimicry. And number 2. Lepidoptera.
To the timekeeper, if you could just say like time a little bit louder because we can't really hear. Thank you.
Toss up number 23. Computational math. It'll be 30 seconds. How many ways can Nerva give 4 unique presents to Trajan, Hadrian, Antonius, and Marcus, with each receiving 1 present?
Repeat the question, please.
How many ways can Nerva give 4 OLM?
24.
Correct.
Wow.
Phoenix, 4 factorial.
Bonus number 18, the topic is fine arts.
What?
Answer the following about works of art that have been vandalized. 1. In 2022, the glass protecting this Leonardo da Vinci painting of a woman with an enigmatic smile was smeared with cake. 2. This Rembrandt painting was targeted by a man wielding a bread knife, claiming that he was on a divisive mission for the Lord. The painting depicts the militia company of Captain Franz Banning Polk. 3. United Nations officials covered a tapestry reproduction of this painting during the Iraq War. In protest of the Vietnam War, Tony Shafrazi vandalized this painting with red spray paint.
Can you please repeat number 3?
Number 3. United Nations officials covered a tapestry reproduction of this painting during the Iraq War. In protest of the Vietnam War, Tony Shafrazi vandalized this painting with red spray paint.
Time.
We have answers. Can you please prompt us by parts?
Okay. 1. In 2022, the glass protecting this Leonardo da Vinci painting of a woman with an enigmatic smile was smeared with cake.
Mona Lisa.
Correct. 2. This Rembrandt painting was targeted by a man wielding a bread knife, claiming that he was on a divine mission for the Lord. The painting depicts the militia company of Captain Franz Banning Polk.
Defer.
Okay. Number 3. United Nations officials covered a tapestry reproduction of this painting during the Iraq War. In protest of the Vietnam War, Tony Shafrazi vandalized this painting with red spray paint.
Defer.
Okay. B.
Night Watch.
Correct. And C.
No answers.
Guernica. Okay.
Night Watch.
Toss up 24. General knowledge. In 2017, this company shifted its headquarters from one infinite loop to a particular perfectly circular building designed by Norman Foster. Name this Cupertino-based company. OLM?
Apple.
Correct. Bonus number 19. Fine arts is the topic. Answer the following about graffiti artists. 1. Artists often use graffiti to advocate against the use of drugs in this city. Famous murals protesting the AIDS crisis were created in this city's neighborhood of Harlem. 2. This graffiti artist is also known for concept art like Love is in the Bin, in which a work by depicting a girl holding a balloon was shredded at auction. This British artist's real name is still unconfirmed. 3. This artist's signature style included movement lines and his radiant baby motif. This artist created the mural Crack is Whack.
Fala aquele Cobra que é famoso do Brasil. We have answers.
Number 1.
New York City.
Correct. Number 2.
Banksy.
And number 3.
Cobra.
Incorrect. Keith Haring.
Gentileza gera estupidez.
Toss up question number 25. Computational math, 30 seconds. Ellis has a 30% chance of making a 3-point shot and a 60% chance of making a free throw. As a percentage, if they attempt both in a row, what is the chance that they make both shots?
Can you please repeat the question?
Ellis has a 30% chance of making a 3-point shot and a 60% chance of making a free throw. OLM?
18%.
That's correct.
Was that the last one?
Okay.
Yeah, it's the last one. We have the bonus.
The bonus number 20 and The focus is literature. Answer the following about infidelity in literature. Number one, in this novel, the protagonist has an affair with Arthur Dimmesday, leading to the birth of her daughter Pearl. This Nathaniel Hawthorne novel is titled after the title symbol Hester Prynne wears.
What?
The Scarlet Lotus.
Two, in this author's novel, the title character attempts suicide with his lover and wife's sister, Maddie Silver. This author wrote a novel in which a pickled dish represents the relationship of Xena and Ethan Frome. Three, this semi-autobiographical novelist protagonist has an affair with Rosemary Hoyt, and his wife has one with Tommy Barbin. This final novel of F. Scott Fitzgerald features the deteriorating relationship between the divers.
No answers.
We do not have answers.
No answers?
No answers.
Part one, The Scarlet Letter. Two, Edith Wharton. And three, Tender is the Night.
Muito obrigado aí pelo jogo. But you were very good at it.
Muito bom. Sei vocês, you guys, at the beginning, I was like, how are you doing that?
being understanding and working with us. How many of you, this is your first experience? Same with me, so it's respectable. You're doing an amazing job, so we appreciate it. So, my name is Mr. Fubler or Mr. Victor, some might call me, and I'm the high school principal, so I want to welcome you again. And then for this final round, let's do our normal. I'm going to start from my right. ERJ, will you please buzz in? Go. Perfect. Ibaka. Okay, so, and if at any point you're like, please remember, don't hesitate to prompt me so that I clear it so that everyone has it. Because there are moments where a lot is going on. So please. And captains, will you please stand and introduce yourselves and your team? EA or Jake?
Hi everyone, I'm Yasmin, this is Charlotte, this is Nicholas, this is Santiago. We have our coaches Mr. Corson, Mr. Greg Thornton. We also have Felipe and Fion, and we wish the best of luck to all of the PACA players.
And now PACA's coach.
Hello, we are the PACA team. My name is Chloe Harper, I'm a senior. This is Javier Lozano, he's a senior. This is Pedro Souza, he's a junior. And this is David Magayas, he's a junior as well. We wish you the best of luck.
You're welcome. All right, so the first toss-up question. Here we go. The topic is literature. The Duke and Duchess make this character a governor in a novel in which this character rides the donkey Dapple. This character is tossed in the air while wrapped in a blanket after leaving an inn and is lashed to release Dulcinea from a spell. EARJ.
Donkey Lodi.
Incorrect.
Is that the end of the question?
Okay. What squire accompanies the title knight in Miguel G. Cervantes' novel Don Quixote?
Sancho Panza.
Sancho Panza.
Wait.
I think the character.
Sancho Panza.
That's correct.
Sorry, no.
Bonus. Religion is the topic.
There's no bonus.
That's right, you're right, because it was the, yep.
And reset buzzers.
Toss-up number 2, the topic is science. This three-dimensional shape names a body-centered way to pack crystals, such that an atom is touched by 8 other atoms at a corner. The face-centered structure, named after what three-dimensional shape, is the densest way to pack spheres?
Can you repeat the question, please?
This three-dimensional shape names a body-centered way to pack crystals, such that an atom is touched by, okay, hesitation, Q. No hesitation?
No, it's just no answers.
No answer, right? Okay, toss-up number 3, the topic is history. In this battle, Georgy Zhukov led Operation Uranus, causing the encirclement of the German 6th Army. Name this conflict over a city on the Volga River, which was the bloodiest battle. EARJ?
Stalingrad.
Correct. Okay, bonus. The topic is religion. Answer the following about foods mentioned in the book of Exodus. 1. Exodus describes how this country's crops are devoured by swarms of locusts sent down during the 8th of its 10 plagues. 2. Exodus 3:8 describes the promised land as a land flowing with these 2 substances. 3. In Exodus 16, God rains down this flaky, frost-like substance for the Israelites to bake into bread. The Israelites are instructed to only gather as much of this as they could eat in a day.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. In Exodus 16, God rains down this flaky, frost-like substance for the Israelites to bake into bread. The Israelites are instructed to only gather as much of this as they could eat in a day.
Can you practice my parts, please?
Number 1, Exodus describes how this country's crops are devoured by swarms of locusts sent down during the 8th of its 10 plagues.
Egypt.
Correct. Number 2, Exodus 3:8 describes the promised land as a land flowing with these 2 substances.
Milk and honey.
Correct. Number 3, In Exodus 16, God rains down this flaky, frost-like substance for the Israelites to bake into bread. The Israelites are instructed to only gather up as much of this as they could eat in a day. Correct. Toss-up number 4, the topic is science. A linear system whose equations represents lines or planes with this property has no solutions. What property held by one pair of opposite sides of a trapezoid is generally held by two lines which never intersect? EARJ?
Parallel.
Correct. Bonus number 2, the category is literature. Answer the following about Latin American poets who have won the Nobel Prize. Number 1, this poet who wrote that love is so short, forgetting is so long, in his poem, Tonight I Can Write the Saddest Lines, won the prize in 1971. This Chilean poet wrote 20 love poems and a song of despair. 2, this other Chilean poet was the first Latin American poet to win the Nobel Prize. This poet eulogized Romelio Ureta in her collection, Sonnets of Death. Number 3, this poet who won the prize in 1990 described a willow of crystal, a poplar of water, in his poem, Sunstone.
Can you repeat C, please?
C. This poet who won the prize in 1990 described a willow of crystal, a poplar of water, in his poem, Sunstone.
Can you practice by parts?
Parts. Number 1. This poet who wrote that love is so short, forgetting is so long, in his poem, Tonight I Can Write the Saddest Lines, won the prize in 1971. This Chilean poet wrote 20 love poems and a song of despair. Correct. Number 2, this other Chilean poet was the first Latin American poet to win the Nobel Prize. This poet eulogized Romelio Ureta in her collection, Sonnets of Death.
Isabella Lendl.
Incorrect. Gabriela Mistral, and then number 3, Octavio Paz. Toss-up number 5, and the category is history. This structure was damaged when a Venetian bomb landed in it while it was being used as an Ottoman munition dump in a 1687 siege. What temple on the Acropolis was dedicated to Athena? EARJ? Correct. Bonus number 3, and the topic is fine arts. Answer the following about the botanical imagery in Renaissance painting. Number 1, this Italian painter included flowers floating around a central scallop shell in his painting The Birth of Venus. 2, this triptych by Hieronymus Bosch depicts oddly shaped trees, sprouts, and flowers, and portrays God holding Eve's wrist in the title location. Number 3, a rose was likely added by another artist to this painter's Madonna of the Rose. This painter included a pastoral landscape in his painting Madonna of the Goldfinch.
Can you practice by parts, please?
Number 1, parts. This Italian painter included flowers floating around a central scallop shell in his painting The Birth of Venus.
Botticelli.
Correct. Number 2, this triptych by Hieronymus Bosch depicts oddly shaped trees, sprouts, and flowers, and portrays God holding Eve's wrist in the title location.
The Garden of Eden.
Incorrect. The Garden of Earthly Delights, and then the third is Raphael. Toss-up number 6. The category is literature. 100 Nights of this character were played by Edwin Booth, brother of John Wilkes Booth. Andrei Tchaikovsky donated his skull to the Royal Shakespeare Company to be held by this character during a speech about Yorick. What character considers death in the soliloquy? Baca? Incorrect.
Hamlet.
Correct. Toss up.
It's 1 point for us. Sorry.
Yeah. It's always good to check. Gabriella was we just talked about her. I didn't know until they passed them, so we got the bus. And I was like,
Isabella,
she's from, I'm not sure, and she doesn't write poetry, but Neruda, this 2 competitions in a row, they love Neruda.
so they love Botticelli.
They love Botticelli today.
Very similar. 3 minutes for we're gonna do loose part. Swing.
Toss up number 7. Category is science. The first specific examples of numbers with this property were Liouville numbers. What property is held by numbers that are not the solutions to any polynomial and therefore EARJ?
Imaginary numbers.
Correct.
Finish question, please.
And therefore not algebraic.
If there are solutions, what's the solutions? What's the solutions that are not?
I didn't see the question. Sorry.
Not identified.
Okay. Transcendental numbers. Okay. Toss up number 8. The topic is fine arts. This sculpture was intended to be placed directly below another sculpture titled The Three Shades, and its original title was The Poet. Name this sculpture of Dante. EARJ?
The thinker.
Correct. The bonus question, right? Bonus topic history. Answer the following about 20th century African history. This country implemented a system of racial segregation called apartheid. 2. This country gave up its colonies in Algeria and Mali. 3. This leader of Ghana advocated Pan-Africanism and constructed the Akosombo Dam.
Can you repeat C, please?
This leader of Ghana advanced Pan-Africanism and constructed the Akosombo Dam.
Okay, can you practice that for us, please?
Okay, my parts. Number 1, this country implemented a system of racial segregation called apartheid.
South Africa.
Correct. This country gave up its colonies in Algeria and Mali.
France.
Correct. And number 3, this leader of Ghana advocated Pan-Africanism and constructed the Akosombo Dam.
Angola.
No, it was Kwame Nkrumah. Toss up number 9, and the topic is geography. This mountains range, Yungas region, is an important source of citrus and coffee. This range contains the world's largest salt flat, Salar de Uyuni. Cloud forests in this range hid Machu Picchu from Spanish conquistadors. EARJ?
The Andes.
Andes Mountains. Bonus round, or bonus number 5, current events. Answer the following about firsts in the 2024 US elections. Number 1, this president became the first person in over a century to win 2 non-consecutive terms after defeating Kamala Harris. Number 2, Andy Kim became the first Korean American elected to the Senate after replacing Bob Menendez's seat in this state, whose other senator is Cory Booker. Number 3, Angela Alsobrooks became the first Black senator from this mid-Atlantic state, which is governed by Westmore?
Repeat B, please.
B. Andy Kim became the first Korean American elected to the Senate after replacing Bob Menendez's seat in this state, whose by parts. Number one, this president became the first person in over a century to win 2 non-consecutive terms after defeating Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump.
Correct. Number 2, Andy Kim became the first Korean American elected to the Senate after replacing Bob Menendez's seat in this state, whose other senator is Cory Booker.
Booker.
C. Angela Alsobrooks became the first black senator from this mid-Atlantic state, which is governed by Westmore.
North Carolina.
Correct. Maryland for C and New Jersey for B. All right, toss-up number 10. The topic is science. Impossible tasks involving these 2 tools include doubling the cube. What 2 tools used for constructions in Euclidean geometry include a device for drawing circles and one for drawing straight lines? EARJ.
A compass and a ruler.
Correct. Bonus number 6, computational math. Answer the following about prime numbers. Number 1, what is the only even prime number? Number 2, a Mersenne prime or Mersenne prime is a prime of the form 2 to the n to the n minus 1, where n is a natural number. If the first Mersenne prime is 3, what is the second Mersenne prime? Number 3, a twin prime is a pair of prime numbers that differ by 2. How many pairs of twin primes are there in the first 20 natural numbers?
Can you repeat C, please?
C, a twin prime is a pair of prime numbers that differ by 2. How many pairs of twin primes are there in the first 20 natural numbers?
Those are 10. You have a spit first.
1, what is the only even prime number?
2.
Correct. Number 2, a Mersenne prime is a prime of the form 2 to the n minus 1, where n is a natural number. If the first Mersenne prime is 3, what is the second Mersenne prime?
7.
Correct. Number 3, a twin prime is a pair of prime numbers that differ by 2. How many pairs of twin primes are there in the first 20 natural numbers?
4.
Correct.
17.
Okay, toss-up number 11, and the topic is history. One leader of this city ordered the sack of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade and was named Enrico Dandolo. What city was ruled by leaders with the title Doge and is the modern-day capital of Veneto? Paca. Incorrect.
Venice.
Correct. Toss-up number 12, computational math, 30 seconds. Find the area of the circle with equation x squared plus 4x plus y squared minus 2y equals 4.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Find the area of the circle with equation x squared plus 4x plus y squared minus 2y equals 4. Okay, 9 pi. Okay. Toss up number 13. The topic is mythology. This figure attempted to murder Perdiccas by throwing him off the Acropolis. This figure was identified after using ants to solve a puzzle about threading a shell. What father of Icarus created the labyrinth? Back up.
Daedalus.
Correct. Okay, bonus question number 7. The topic is literature. Answer the following about Beowulf. Number 1. One of the antagonists in Beowulf is one of these fire-breathing wind creatures that often appear in the myths of ancient cultures.
Yes, sir.
2. A John Gardner novel tells the story of this character, who first appeared in Beowulf. This descendant of Cain is eventually slain by Beowulf. Number 3. During a feast, a character named Unferth mocks Beowulf for losing one of these contests to a man named Breca. B. A John Gardner novel tells the story of this character who first appeared in Beowulf. This descendant of Cain is eventually slain by Beowulf.
Sorry.
If answers may promise by parts, please.
By parts. Number 1. One of the antagonists in Beowulf is one of these fire-breathing winged creatures that often appear in the myths of ancient cultures.
Dragons.
Correct. Number 2. A John Gardner novel tells the story of this character who first appeared in Beowulf. This descendant of Cain is eventually slain by Beowulf.
Enoch.
Correct. Grendel, and then number 3 was swimming race. Swimming race. Okay. Toss up number 14. The topic is science. This number squared over 6 is the solution to the Basel problem. And squaring the circle is impossible because this number is transcendental. 180 degrees equals what? Baca?
Pi.
Correct. Bonus, the topic is science. Answer the following about helium. Number 1, this is the atomic number of helium. Number 2, this particle, named for a Greek letter, is equivalent to the nucleus of a helium-4 atom. Number 3, stars leave this branch of the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram after a flash named for helium.
Repeat C.
C. Stars leave this branch of the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram after a flash named for helium.
We have answers made from second.
By parts?
What point
By parts.
both be?
Number 1, this atomic number of helium.
2.
Number 2, this particle named for a Greek letter is equivalent to the nucleus of a helium-4 atom. It's alpha. And then number 3, red giant branch. Okay, next toss up, current events is the topic. This country's current president, who goes by his initials AKD, is Anura Kumara Dissanayake. Okay. In 2022, protesters in this country occupied the president's house in Colombo. EARJ?
South Korea?
Incorrect.
Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Sri Lanka.
And have you finished the question?
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka is correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Toss up question number 16.
Yeah, plus 1.
No, plus one for the other one. For Paducah.
Toss up question number 16. Topic is science. In this programming language, data from spreadsheets can often be loaded and mutated with the pandas or POUNDAS class. What programming language is named after a British comedy trope, not a snake? EARJ? Correct. Okay, bonus. The topic is pop culture. Answer the following about the New York Giants. Question number 1. The 2 most recent Super Bowls won by the Giants were against this team led by Tom Brady for nearly 2 decades. 2. This man was the New York Giants quarterback in both Super Bowls, although many argue that his brother Peyton was the more successful player. Number 3, the 2008 Super Bowl was won after David Tyree used this part of his uniform to help secure a 32-yard catch. The 2008 Super Bowl was won after David Tyree used this part of his uniform to help secure a 32-yard catch. By parts. 1. The most recent Super Bowls won by the Giants were against this team led by Tom Brady for nearly 2 decades. That's correct. Number 2. This man was the New York Giants quarterback in both Super Bowls, although many argue that his brother Peyton was the more successful player. Correct. And number 3. The 2008 Super Bowl was won after David Tyree used this part of his uniform to help secure a 32-yard catch. Correct. Toss-up number 17. The focus or topic is history. This man, who came to prominence after being appointed cavalry commander of the New Model Army, led the Roundheads to defeat Charles I in the English Civil War. What man later became Lord Protector? EARJ?
Cromwell.
That's correct. Bonus number 10, the topic is science. Answer the following about U.S. state gemstones. Number 1, this is Arkansas's state gemstone. This mineral, a 10 on the Mohs hardness scale, is made of carbon atoms arranged into a crystalline structure called its namesake, cubic lattice. Number 2, citrine or citrine and amethyst are variants of this state gemstone of Georgia. This silicate material has the chemical formula SiO2. Number 2, this state gem of Utah is also the birthstone of November. Having a Mohs hardness of 8, it is usually treated with neutron or electron beam irradiation, yes, which enhances its blue hue.
Can you repeat, please?
B. Citrine and amethyst are variants of this state gemstone of Georgia. This silicate material has the chemical formula SiO2.
Okay, can you run by parts, please?
By parts. Number 1, this is Arkansas state gemstone. This mineral, a 10 on the Mohs hardness scale, is made of carbon atoms arranged into a crystalline structure called its namesake, cubic lattice.
Diamond.
Correct. Number 2, citrine or citrine amethyst are variants of this state gemstone of Georgia. This silicate material has the chemical formula SiO2.
Silicon dioxide.
Incorrect. Quartz. And then number 3 is topaz. Toss-up number 18, and the topic is literature. This novel describes the self-flagellation ritual of Silas, a member of Opus Dei. In this novel, La Pyramide Inversi marks the location of the coffin of Mary Magdalene. EARJ? Correct. Bonus 11, computational math, 30 seconds. Consider the set of data. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3.5, 15. Answer the following questions about it. Number 1, which data point is the outlier? Number 2, what is the mode of the data set? Number 3, excluding the outlier, what is the mean of the remaining numbers in the data set? Give your answer to 2 decimal places.
Can you repeat please?
B, what is the mode of the data set?
Time.
Can you run us by parts, please?
By parts. Number 1, which data point is the outlier?
15.
Correct. Number 2, what is the mode of the data set?
Defer.
Number 3, excluding the outlier, what is the mean of the remaining numbers in the data set? Give your answer to 2 decimal places, rounding if necessary.
Defer.
Okay, B?
Skip.
Okay, so the answer for B was 2.5, and the answer for 3 was 2.42. Toss-up number 19. The topic is science. The Abel-Ruffini theorem places limits on the solvability of these functions, which the fundamental theorem of algebra states have their degree is equal to their number of roots. What functions include cubics and quadratics? Paca.
Polynomials.
Correct. Bonus. The topic is geography. Answer the following about unrecognized micronations. 1. The Principality of Hud River was founded north of Perth in this country. A news article proclaimed the micronation in this country as the Prince of the Outback. Number 2. The Free Republic of Liberland is established on the banks of this major European river, which forms the border between Bulgaria and Romania. 3. The Republic of Molossia is located in this state's Lyon County. Kevin Bach founded Molossia east of this state's city of Reno and capital Carson City.
Repeat A, please.
A. The Principality of Hud River was founded north of Perth in this country. A news article proclaimed the micronation in this country as the Prince of the Outback.
Time.
Read answers made parts by parts.
By parts. 1. The Principality of Hud River was founded north of Perth in this country. A news article proclaimed the micronation in this country as the Prince of the Outback.
Defer.
Okay, number 2. The Free Republic of Liberland is established on the banks of this major European river, which forms the border between Bulgaria and Romania.
Daniel.
Right. Number 3. The Republic of Molossia is located in this state's Lyon County. Kevin Ball founded Molossia east of this state's city of Reno and capital of Carson City.
Wyoming.
Incorrect. Nevada, and the first answer was Australia. Okay. Toss-up question number 20. Computational math, 30 seconds. What is the volume of a cylinder with a base radius of 7 units and a height of 10 units? Paca?
490 pi squared.
Incorrect. Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Can you repeat the question, please?
What is the volume of a cylinder with a base radius of 7 units and a height of 10 units?
49 pi squared times 10. 495? 495.
What?
495.
495.
Correct. You said squared, yeah? Okay, so the bonus, number 13, is fine arts.
It's question
Oh, no.
20.
Rebound.
Question 20.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Now it's not.
I would never put that on my picture. It's a game, but. That's all you still got done. That's all you get. You're sweating. You're sweating. I was gonna say 70. You're sweating on the your sweat is off the passion. They're your tears that you can't express in your eyes because you gotta pay attention and write that shit. You didn't write it. Let's do it. It's because like I understand the study was like they really use what's 7. What's 7? So I was thinking like 7 times. I was like, you can be 70. Yeah, it was such a good idea. Right? Like I didn't even realize what's 70 because I was 70 in your mom. But honestly, I'm so glad. No, it was the right play for me. And now I'm sad because I have to like do that from scratch. You guys do great.
Yeah, I got this.
It was like too early. And then like I was like, okay, you know what? Next time I feel like I know that I'm trying to leave it. I'm going wrong. No, I know that's what people wanted. I was wrong. Right? Because you know, South Korea. But everything else to say is
Okay. Now for toss-up 21. The topic is science. The eigenvalues of the time-independent Schrodinger equation correspond to this quantity, which equals K, Q1, Q2 over R. In one case by EARJ.
Coulomb's law?
Incorrect.
Finish the question, please.
Coulomb's law. The equation 1/2 mv squared gives the kinetic form of what quantity?
The answer is energy.
It is correct. This is bonus, so yes. Bonus 13. The topic is fine arts. Answer the following about American minimalist composer Philip Glass. 1. Glass's opera, The Perfect American, chronicles the life of this man, who names 2 theme parks in Anaheim, California, and Orlando, Florida. 2. Glass wrote a piece in this ensemble for the score of Paul Schrader's film, Mishimi. In addition to the symphony, Franz Joseph Haydn was known as the father of this type of work. 3. Glass wrote and recorded 20 etudes for this instrument, which have been recorded by Yuja Wang. Lang Lang plays this instrument. B. Glass wrote a piece in this ensemble for the score of Paul Schrader's film, Mishimi. In addition to the symphony, Franz Joseph Haydn was known as the father of this type of work.
Wait, answers made by parts, please.
By parts. 1. Glass's opera, The Perfect American, chronicles the life of this man who names 2 theme parks in Anaheim, California and Orlando, Florida.
Walt Disney.
Correct. Number 2. Glass wrote a piece in this ensemble for the score of Paul Schrader's film Mishimi. In addition to the symphony, Franz Joseph Haydn was known as the father of this type of work.
Soundtrack.
Incorrect. String quartet, and the last is piano. Next toss-up, 22. Computational math, 30 seconds. Assume that prices increase uniformly by 10% every 10 years. How many dollars would it take in 2024 to buy a sweater that cost $30 in 2004?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Assume that prices increase uniformly by 10% every 10 years. How many dollars would it take in 2024 to buy a sweater that cost $30 in 2004?
Can you repeat the last part?
How many dollars would it take in 2024 to buy a sweater that costs $30 in 2004? EARJ?
$33.
Incorrect.
Good answer. $36.3.
That's correct.
Good points.
Well, for the numbers.
The bonus, 14 is the number. It's computational math for 30 seconds. Answer the following about right-angled triangles. 1. If a right-angled triangle has side lengths 3 and 4, what is the length of its hypotenuse? Number 2. If a right-angled triangle has a hypotenuse of 13 and one of its other sides has length 5, what is the length of its final side? Number 3. A right-angled triangle has an acute angle A. If sine A equals half, what is cosine A?
Sorry.
Continue.
We've answered the same points.
Sorry. Time.
We've answered the positive first, please.
Okay, 1. If a right-angled triangle has side lengths 3 and 4, what is the length of its hypotenuse?
5.
Correct. Number 2, if a right-angled triangle has a hypotenuse of 13 and one of its other sides has length 5, what is the length of its final side?
12.
Correct. And then number 3, a right-angled triangle has an acute angle A. If sine A equals half, what is cosine A?
Root 2 over 2.
Incorrect. Root 3 over 2. Okay. Toss-up number 23, and the topic is literature. In a novel from this country, Rosa admits her familiar relationship with the activist Lionel. And an author from this country described a civil war causing the Somalis or Smails to flee with their servant July. What country was home to Nadine Gordimer, who often used her novels to criticize apartheid? Baka?
South Africa.
Correct. Bonus question number 15. The topic is history. Answer the following about the mission system. 1. To convert the indigenous people to Catholicism, this European country established 21 missions in California, located to the north of its colony of Mexico. 2. Missionaries first brought this industry to California at San Juan Capistrano for sacramental use. During the later California gold rush, this industry began flourishing in the Napa and Sonoma valleys. 3. Californian missionaries belonged to this order of the Catholic Church, stated by and named for an Italian saint. This order rose to prominence in the New World after the expulsions of the Jesuits.
We've answered the points by cards, please.
Number 1, to convert the indigenous people to Catholicism, this European country established 21 missions in California, located to the north of its colony of Mexico.
Spain.
Correct. Number 2, missionaries first brought this industry to California at San Juan Capistrano for sacramental use. During the later California gold rush, this industry began flourishing in the Napa and Sonoma valleys.
Mining.
Correct. Wine. And number 3, Franciscans. Toss-up question number 24. The topic is religion. What book, which describes a land flowing with milk and honey and the Baka? Incorrect. Of the Red Sea, is about the Israelites' escape from slavery in Egypt.
Exodus.
Correct. Bonus question number 16, and the topic is literature. Answer the following about Patti Smith's 2010 memory, Just Kids. 1. In the book, Smith recounts her time spent in this city with artist Robert Mapplethorpe. The two often take trips to this city's Metropolitan Museum of Art. Number 2. Smith's eventual musical career began with an album named for these animals. One of these animals provides the title of Anna Sewell's Black Beauty. 3. Smith was born in this Midwestern city. This city is the setting of poems like The Bean Eaters and We Real Cool, both written by his native Gwendolyn Brooks. C. Smith was born in this Midwestern city. This city is the setting of poems like The Bean Eaters and We Real Cool, both written by his native Gwendolyn Brooks.
B.
B.
Okay, can you run this by parts?
By parts. 1. In the book, Smith recounts her time spent in this city with artist Robert Mapplethorpe. The two often take trips to this city's Metropolitan Museum of Art.
New York City.
Correct. Number 2. Smith's eventual musical career began with an album named for these animals. One of these animals provides the title of Anna Sewell's Black Beauty.
Panthers.
Incorrect. Horses. And then number 3, Chicago. Toss-up question number 25. And the focus is literature. A queen says, "Sweets to the sweet," to this character after she dies from falling from a willow tree into a river following the death of her father Polonius. What woman is told to go to a nunnery by her lover Hamlet? E-A-R-J.
Ophelia.
Correct. Last bonus question. 17. The topic is fine arts. Answer the following about brutalist housing projects. Number 1. Brutalist works often featured the uncovered use of this material, which is bound with cement. Critics argue that because this material weathers easily, brutalist structures quickly take on a decaying look. 2. Brutalism was influenced by this earlier Swiss-French architect, whose projects include Villa Savoye. This modernist outlined 5 points in his book Towards a New Architecture. Number 3, the Canadian Centennial in Expo 67 resulted in a boom of brutalist construction in this Canadian city, where Moshe Safdie constructed Habitat 67.
Can you repeat B, please?
B, brutalism was influenced by this earlier Swiss-French architect, whose projects include Villa Savoye. This modernist outlined 5 points in his book Towards a New Architecture.
Can you run this by parts?
By parts. 1. Brutalist works often feature the uncovered use of this material, which is bound with cement. Critics argue that because this material weathers easily, brutalist structures quickly take on a decaying look.
Concrete.
Correct. Number 2. Brutalism was influenced by this earlier Swiss-French architect, whose projects include Villa Savoye. This modernist outlined 5 points in his book Towards a New Architecture.
Frank Lloyd Wright.
Incorrect. So, Le Corbusier, and then the third part or final part, Montreal.
Oh.
Well done, people. Show sports. Amazing.
Thank you.
Good play.
Ciao. Thank you. Very good.
Mister, I pulled out Ophelia like from 2 years ago that I read.